Okay, but we should get going with this. So welcome. This is, well, I've just called it the survey analysis, but somebody just before I went live called it the census. And I really liked that name. But too late for that now, and what's in a name anyway? Every so often I do a survey for viewers of the channel. I say every so often, this is the third time I've done it in about 7 or 8 years. So it's infrequent at best. This is the kind of thing that people have asked me to do on and off. People, especially the Germanics, they tend to go, I really want to feast on the information and statistics about what's going on in the channel. It's not something I fuss over about much personally. It's certainly interesting, but this is by no means a data point driven channel. God forbid it would ever turn out like that. You ever worked for places that have been data point driven? It can really feel inhumane. No, but I find these interesting to do, and they're a great way to ground my own opinions and the decisions I make when I do things to the stream. I did it once before to try it out in 2017, because around that point the channel was getting really rather popular, far more than I'd ever really imagined, so it made sense to kind of get my head out of the clouds and feel out what people really thought about the place, because if I want a candid opinion, it can be very difficult to ask for it one-to-one. It's hard to give candid feedback straight to somebody. But in a sheet like this, especially when I phrase everything in third person, I think it makes it easier for people to give more honest opinions, and that's great. I did it again in 2019 because that's when the channel was going full-time. Yeah, big change there. And it was a great way to mold how I'll be doing things going forward. The channel has changed quite a bit. Never used to have any of these long play things going on. Never used to have a schedule. Jings, just the very idea of introducing a schedule was an in-joke on this channel for years. Now nobody laughs about the schedule. Well, only those that know the old jokes still laugh about it when I occasionally nuke the schedule. That might come up later on in some of these questions. And I'm doing it again now because it's been years since, well, it's been almost 2 years since I went full-time now, and a big part is that one of the biggest channel staples, well, no, not one of, let's not use weasel words here, the biggest channel staple, EU4, has been laid to rest just as we get this holy hymn part of the Banished soundtrack in the background there. One big thing I wanted to do was gauge the waters on that, so it did star in this survey. I always chuckle when I consult the schedule to check the next stream, says wealthy Nigerian prince who has been around a long time and understands the woes that we've had with the schedule in the past. I appreciate that not everyone has been here since 2014. In fact, there's a question dedicated to that. So I will do my utmost to give background and context to the questions that come up here and some of the things that have been and gone on the channel. Now, for some reason, when I did my analysis of this in 2019, I did it pre-recorded, because I wanted to look at my previous analysis and see how it compared to this one, and I was like, why in God's name did I do this pre-recorded? I hate doing pre-recorded things. So that's why I'm endeavouring to do this one live, and if you have questions, this is a great time to put them in, or rather, as we go through each of the questions, it's a great time for it, because I can take them and dive right through the data for anything I might have missed or anything you really want to know. Like somebody might go, yes, but just how many Canadians are there that filled out this? And then we can check it out. So without further ado, even though there might be cause for more ado, let's get on with it. He says. Where's my actual stuff? Hey, there we go. Let's get that up. No, we're not going to be looking at the raw data itself here for the most part, although I will be jumping into it at times. I've got a glorious summary. The surveys were all done through Google Sheets, so I can line them up next to each other. A drink. I'm going to need a lot of that during this. I think this will be the longest one yet, because I've got a lot to say on a lot of matters here. Okay, so on the far left you see what we had in 2017. The middle is 2019, the right is 2021. Very nice and logical. We can see how things go side by side, and we're going to start off with something that is incredibly meaningless, but we'll address it anyway. So I always start off with the basic stuff: your gender, your age, and your nationality. Honestly, I don't care at all about the gender thing here. The reason this is in is pretty much as a benchmark to check that these are sane, because YouTube and Twitch also give me numbers on this. So if the survey came in saying that half of my viewers were female, for example, I'd go, okay, something just ain't right here, because it has always been between 98 and 96% male on this channel from the Twitch and the YouTube results. So I don't really care. Anyone can tune into this channel. I think a lot of companies, well, I know a lot of companies bend over backwards to see who is exactly consuming their products or viewing their features and whatnot, and go to impained lengths to find that out and cater towards them. I've got a friend who works in such analytic things, and they said they are absolutely bending over backwards to find out about, in particular, LGBT groups and what can be done for them. I don't care. That's not my kind of battleground. Anyone can view in here. I'm just keen to see that these line up with my existing stats, and they absolutely do. I think it's a little too small to read there, or indeed it doesn't show up on these Google form things. But female came in at 3.4% and non-binary in at 2.1%. Again, not interested. Just wanted to make sure that they lined up with what I already had. Yeah, 2017 in general had a lot more responses, probably because it was the first time I ever did it. I also think I left the survey online a lot longer. This one was only up for a week and a half, whereas that one I seem to recall putting up longer. But I maybe didn't. Doesn't really matter to me as long as it's a big enough response pool to get some decent data out of. Oh yeah, the first one was very well advertised about that. Bane would know, I'm sure. I think Bane was advertising it nearly every stream at the time, he says. Okay, the age. This one, slightly more interesting to me. Ooh, I should keep this up just enough to emphasize that they are different dates. Those numbers are going to disappear. I'm sure people will get confused. Okay, so the age one. This one I find quite heartwarming to look at. On its own, it's pretty boring. This channel is made by an adult for adults. That's not to say that it's R18 rated stuff here. I mean, I don't even swear on the channel, but it's not exactly made for kids, is it? It's not exactly made for geriatrics either. But looking at these, you can see it's like a community growing older together. So over the course of these 4 or 5 years, you can see the 18 to 25 group shrink and shrink some more, whilst the 26 to 35-year-old group grows to dominance. Face it, we're growing old together. As expected, the kids group remains tiny. Actually, surprisingly, at the very start of this, we're a lot more 13 to 17-year-olds. When I think of that age group, I think of people like Dr. Neatram or Joe Pro, like the people who they joined here. I mean, they were toddlers, and now they're men children. It's not really something I have an interesting takeaway from, aside from the idea that there's probably quite a lot of stickiness is a word that comes to mind, but I'm sure that's not it. People persevere through the channel. This is a recurring theme I saw from a lot of the responses, but people don't just drop in and drop out. A lot of people come here and stick around for many years, and there's a lot to attribute that to, not least of all the community itself. Retention! Thank you, Red Crane. I knew there was a professional word I was looking for. I did professionally work with data in one of my jobs, and I'm sure that the people I worked with would be absolutely shocked at what I'm using here, because it's not very professional at all. But that's okay with me. Do I have anything else to say about age? I don't think I do, other than the fact that just looking at it is pretty heartwarming. There are people that have been around here for 7 or more years. In particular, I saw Yedrello here, one of the first people ever to tune in on the channel. He doesn't exactly come around regularly, but just seeing him pop in is really nostalgic for me, because it makes me think back to the old times, and there certainly were old times. Question, how many were over 50 for each survey? I don't have the exact ones for the previous ones. They are so damn small. Actually, I probably do somewhere, but they're going to be pretty similar to what we have now. 0.8% of the respondees, that is only 20 of them, said that they were over 50, and 1.5% said that they were 13 to 17, and there were so few under 13s that they don't even register here. Unsurprising, none of my statistics indicate that children watch this channel, which is great. I'm actually uncomfortable at the thought of children tuning into this. Again, I don't really swear and I don't approach R-rated content here, except for the lewd streams, but those are actually done with a mature gating on. It's just, this doesn't feel like children-centric content, and something about the internet is that you can't really gauge the age of the people around you like you can in real life, and we do speak differently depending on the age of the person we're talking to. So there's not a lot to take away there, but I do feel uncomfortable with the idea. So if you are watching this and you are like, I don't know, 14 or younger, just keep it to yourself. I don't want to know. Just enjoy watching the Frostpunk streams and treat it all like it's real life. The lewd streams with William looking back at you are also pretty swell. There is nothing R-rated about William. The lewd streams, though, absolutely. On the other hand, Jake, we've streamed a lot of children's games. Nancy Drew leaps to mind. Is it really for children? Well, I guess I was making fun of it being a children's game that people were failing at. Trashman is pointing out, saying that they were 14 when they started watching, and now they're 21, 1/3 of their life. And I was a Jake fan. You came up with the name The Trashman 69 at 14? That sounds quite fitting. Right, so Bedchamberlain William tells us to think of the children as he does, says, but oh my god. To think C-Space wrote all those entries. C-Space the unnervingly quiet. Alright, it's been like 15 minutes and we haven't even moved on from age. Let's scroll down a bit. Nationality. Now, man, the implications of this. We make a lot of jokes at the expenses of people's nationality here, and I actually... Wait, I'm getting pings on Steam. Bad idea. Let's just close that. I appreciate you have stuff for me, Neffy, but bye-bye. Okay, where was I? Yes, people's nationality. It's actually something we take the expense of out of people around here. I do hope that people see it as light-hearted banter. Quite a few responses told me that people felt wildly uncomfortable with it, and that is one of the things where I say, well, I'd rather that was still part of the place than not. If we can't have a bit of fun at this, then what's even the point? A large part of what we do on these are strategy games involving real countries. So, you know, the Brits can make fun of the Germans can make fun of the Danes, everyone can make fun of the Dutch. It's just the wonderful cycle of life here. Still, though, notice that I don't even have the nationality entries that I got out of the survey itself. That's because it's really hard to read in the Google Forms. I just let people put in whatever they want. Just giving me a long list of answers. So I sorted them, put a few of the larger groups together to see if it actually corresponded with the numbers that I have from Twitch and YouTube. I'm not actually sure if I'm allowed to show these from Twitch and YouTube, so don't tell anyone about it. In any case, Twitch insists that 21% of my audience are Americans, 12% of them are Germans, and the rest are the lesser races, and then YouTube comes in saying that UK actually beats out Germany in YouTube viewership, and then there's all the rest. Even the Turks make the top 15 here. And when I checked my Google Forms, or the survey results here, it sized up for about 23% Americans and 10% Germanics, and even 2 people kind enough to spell it out D-E-U-T-C-H. I almost missed those entries there. And yes, plenty of people did put in burger as their nationality, so of course I slapped those in with the Americans. Again, I don't really have a lot to pull out of the survey from this, because this is information I already have from Twitch and YouTube, and it's not even information that I care to base anything off of. Even if I found out that like 50% of the viewers were Dutch, that wouldn't stop me trash talking the Dutch. And conversely, if I found out that there were no Turks, I'd still get my kicks out of making Turk jokes. So this isn't something that I action on. This is more, again, to gauge that the survey results I have here are accurate with more respectable results Because if Twitch and YouTube can't get even ballpark figures here right, then what hope do I have? So much like the gender one, this is to benchmark what I have, and it checks out for the benchmark. Because although thousands of people filled this in, some of my videos get like tens or hundreds of thousands of views. So it's good to make sure that the respondees here actually do correlate with reality. Are those YouTube numbers over the last year? Yes, that's the past year's YouTube numbers. Come to think of it, those definitely aren't something you're allowed to share. So, live dangerously. Anything else I have to say about this? Yes, I was actually specifically asked about some nationalities. Somebody asked how many Latvian responses I got, and out of the 2,600, 9 of them were Latvian, 11 Lithuanians, and 23 specifically claimed to be Scottish. I didn't fill in my own survey, in case you're wondering. I was one of those. Oh, one thing I found out when checking this was that I could actually check out, of the Americans on YouTube, which state are they viewing from, and with a heavy heart, I found out that California, chalking at 4.8%, was the state that watched most of my content. So, California, please clean up your act. And getting some specific questions about the nationalities that we're in, and this is a great point if you have these kinds of questions to just throw them in, because I have the technology to check. I've actually got all the raw data here, and for some reason I grabbed gender instead of nationality here. Grab nationality, get it in there, sort it, and somebody was asking about the number of Ukrainians. I've got all evening for this, so if you have these kinds of questions, fire away. Let's scroll down thousands to find U for Ukraine, and we have a staggering 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Ukrainians, including one that calls himself a Ukrainian Canadian. We can't see what you're looking at. Intended? Yeah, Max, it's intended. I'll get to the sheet eventually. Now I want to know how many Japanese we got. We got 0 Japanese and 1 person that claimed to be Ryukyuan, although that's probably a load of nonsense. And for Luxembourg, there were 2. For Czech, there were 16. Did anyone claim to be from Michigan? No, nobody claimed to be from Michigan. And the last one I'm going to check is Serbs. There were 13 Serbians, including one who's a Serbian Croatian, but none of them claiming to be proud Serbs. And one more extra one, how many Kiwis? Nobody, oh no, 5 people actually said Kiwi. Amazing. But how many said New Zealand? 15. Fascinating, but let us move on from here, because these numbers, they might be interesting, but they don't really tell us anything, do they? Well, again, it grounds the information we have. How do I get rid of that? There we go. Back to the data here. All right. Here's something I actually regret putting in because the data points are so difficult to read here, and it's when did you start watching? If I ever do this again, which I could see happening in a few years, especially if something really changes for the channel, I'm not going to ask people to put in exact dates. I thought this would give a really clean way to view it, but it doesn't. I should have looked back to the old ones to think, no, it doesn't work that way. Next time I'm just going to ask early or late year, because I started streaming... Ooh... It was either right at the start of 2014 or towards the end of 2013. Sadly, all records are gone of that. But I think it was 2013. Whatever the case, I was certainly living in Edinburgh, so I don't know who was watching me in 2012. Well, somebody's watching me. You can still see the heat points, though, but you can also see a bit of attrition. There were a lot of people that claimed to be watching in 2014 when I did my survey in 2017, and it goes down and down some more. But this I find pretty hard to action. What I was interested in is, are there heat spots around when certain games came to the channel, like Frostpunk or like State of Decay, because those games were really heavy hitters. They had a lot of gravitational pull. So if there's still people around answering this question when those go out, that tells me that those folded in quite a lot of people to the community. I don't really care about getting viewers on the channel. Hopefully the channel never becomes such that it cares about that. But having a healthy community, now that's pretty important to me. Any impact from Patty 4? Well, we'd have to know when Patty 4 came out, but fortunately we have a better question that addresses this coming up. Is there anything else I want to say about these dates, though? Not the dates specifically. The reason I get at this is because it is a bit of a mystery to me why people come into the channel from my perspective. Because if I look at it from what I see, you click on my channel and you're going to see a pretty boring looking game. You're going to see maps or strategy stuff, or a really old or ugly looking game. Or maybe it's not even that, maybe it's just a bunch of spreadsheets or foot cam. There's no face cam going on, there's nothing that really stands out in my opinion, and you know what, that appeals to me, but it's hard to imagine that having any kind of broader appeal. So that's where this next question comes in. How did you discover Jake? And I had to rephrase it this year, because in the previous years I just said, how did you discover Jake on Twitch or YouTube? And so many of the results were just YouTube or Twitch, and that's not what I was asking, but that's what people thought. It's like, oh, I found you on Twitch, so I'll put down Twitch. So this time I put down, what did I even put down here? How did you discover it? For example, Frostpunk recommended me on YouTube, or I was looking for Nancy Drew streamers on Twitch, or a friend recommended that I come here. And that worked brilliantly, because that really cut away from people that just put YouTube or Twitch, and actually gave me give me lists of games, for example, and also more specifics about people being recommended in, or that they stumbled upon it, or they got algorithmed in here. Is the Nancy Drew Marathon a channel hotspot? I think it's a channel cold spot, Avenue. A very cold spot. However, let's actually look at what people said here. Okay, I might even need more water. I'm churning through this like nobody's business. Right, this is a good point to address something about the nature of this kind of, in quotation marks, analysis. You might be thinking that what I put in here was an open question here, right? People can type in whatever they like, so how do we process that? It's not something I can really collect and present clearly, like the age or gender. So what I did was I took the 2,600 responses, read all of them, and sorted them into my own lists. I prefer doing that than just giving multiple choice, because if I just give multiple choice like found through Frostpunk or recommended, I think it cuts out a bit of the human element to the answers. It does make it more work, but it also stops people getting pigeonholed into answers, because I wanted real answers. Even if it's from that one guy who said that the reason he found my channel was Buckfast. That's all he said, Buckfast. And if you're British, you probably understand. Anyway, let's actually cut to some data here, because I do have this prepared some way, somehow. I think. Is this gonna work? It's live, no do-overs. Hey, I think that works. Okay, here are the answers to how people discovered the channel. It's not all of them. I took the ones that were recurring the most, sorted them here, and slammed them in. Some of them contain multiple answers. I just took the first one in each of them. It's a bit of a rough way of doing it, but if you need a fistful of sand, you don't count every grain. So I just grabbed this. Illustra John says, awful drink, it's a wine. John knows what I'm on about. So the biggest ones that kept coming up here in reasons that people, and this is channel discovery, right? Not why people keep coming back, but what actually brought them here to begin with. So we had Arumba, or as one person didn't put in, Aruba. I wonder if he dropped the M so he'd be first in alphabetical order here. Arumba recommendations counted for a lot. EU4 was an answer for a lot. I looked for EU4 Let's Plays, EU4 on YouTube, EU4 recommended to me. Caesar 3, big heavy hitter. Was quite surprised at that. Lots of people just saying that they came in for Caesar 3. Frostpunk huge. We'll find out just how huge. State of Decay. I'm really wondering about State of Decay. It was so unusual for the channel, but for me it was a game that I really loved. I wonder if that came as a surprise for a lot of people who were used to seeing either old games or strategy games on the channel to see a whole bunch of State of Decay arriving. But it did, and apparently brought in quite a few. Friend recommendations. I didn't expect that, and it's something I find hard to imagine in my head. Like, what kind of friend goes to another friend and say, hey, you should really watch this weird Scottish guy on YouTube or Twitch, his videos are great. I kind of question the friendship you have with somebody that would bring that up. Worrying to think about, but an answer nonetheless here. German friends, that's who. Decay points out that they did that. Oh, please God, no. Monk asks, did anyone come for Fort Zombie? Good question. Let's check that out shortly. I put in Paradox here because quite a lot of people found me through Paradox-related things like the Dev Clash, the Paradox forums, or even seeing that I was a developer there. And then I found some outliers that I just thought were so weird that I had to put them separately here. This one, it just immediately caught my eye. I was looking for gameplay of Warlock. Nobody plays Warlock, nobody likes Warlock. It is an old, completely forgotten game, and how anybody would first go looking for it, and of all those find mine? That was like my first dozen 2 Hours of Hell videos that I did back in 2014. Involved a run of Warlock, a pretty good run of Warlock, but nobody likes that game. God knows why they'd actually come for that. There's also somebody saying that they looked for some Patrician 4 gameplay 100-something episodes later. Here I am. This is a worrying trend, actually. This was not the only one citing Patrician 4. There are people who have watched the entire Patrician 4 playlist multiple times, and one of them, a regular around here, has confessed to having watched it all 4 times. Now this is the kind of thing that I thought, okay, maybe some people are being in jest, or maybe it's just a few people. No, quite a few answers pertaining to this. Mort saying just why? Why, I wonder too. Murray80's chiming in saying those are the true fans. And it's a very kind thing of Twitch to point out that this is the first time that Murray has chimed in, pointing out that true fans are Patrician 4 viewers. The silent majority? That'd be a scary thought. Here's another one that baffles me. Somebody was introduced to this channel because a friend linked them to the Nancy Drew streams. Why? This is even more baffling than the general friend recommendations. Not only is there some niche YouTube channel or Twitch channel that you want to talk to your friends about, it's specifically the Nancy Drew stuff. And Decay thinks that was them. Yeah, of the 32 of them, I was only 3 of them. Somebody came in from the Stellaris time-lapse. Now, Stellaris featured barely any responses on this survey. I only did 2 or 3 campaigns of Stellaris and I dropped it like an ugly child. Stellaris isn't for me. It's too much 4X, it's too much sci-fi, it's too much space memes. That's not to say it's not a good game. Apparently it's a great game to a lot of people. It's not for me. It's changed a lot since release, but it's very hard to drop that initial, ooh, this isn't for me feeling, especially of a game you've actually played. And finally, there was only one mention of the poem. I'm very proud of the poem that I did there for the Serbian-Ottoman War. It was really good. There was a great response to it as well, saying a Scot unable to win turns to poetry to enact his fantasies of defeating the Ottoman Empire. It was a great poem. In fact, and I don't think I've ever mentioned this, I've actually penned down some other poems, but I ended up scrapping them because I wasn't happy with how they were turning out. Off the top of my head, there was something about like the Habsburg before Christmas that I wrote. I think I almost finished that before I just went, nah, this ain't working, scrap it all. And I wrote another poem about somebody's family day out at a roller coaster tycoon theme park that was just going terribly. And I even built a roller coaster tycoon theme park complete with like exploding rides and god-awful rides and my own take on the Mr. Bones Wild Ride. But just something about it didn't feel right, so I scrapped that as well. Now, I shouldn't have brought that up, and the reason I never brought that up is because I'm sure people would be asking for them anyway. And if I was going to complete them, I wanted them to be a surprise, like the Serbian-Ottoman poem. But the cat's out of the bag now. This just felt like a great time to bring it up. They can't all be gems, says Canarda. Well, that was the thing. When I wrote them, I thought, oh, I got a good idea here. And then when I put them together, I was like, nah, this just isn't coming out the way I want it. It will happen again, but it's not something I'm going to force. Right, so the reason I have this list is because I want to scroll down them. Who do you think is going to have the longest list here? The one that most people claimed brought them into the channel? I mean, I already know, and you can probably take a fair guess, but we're going to scroll down anyway. So, Caesar 3 and State of Decay were good, but they've already dropped out. There weren't so many of the outliers, and of course, not that many people have friends that would recommend them here. That was a little limited. So down and down we go, and oh, we keep going down. And here we go. Cut off here. Arumba. His reach is limited, although powerful. I think I owe that man a great deal. I don't really like his content, but I have met him, and he's a pretty good chap. We drank together in the Bollocks Castle. But Paradox, Frostpunk, and EU4 persist until one of them does not. There we go. Eventually, after 124 entries, people finally stopped saying that it was specifically Paradox things that brought them in here. And EU4 versus Frostpunk. Now again, this is what brought people into the channel to begin with. Kind of a scary one to find out, but actually EU4 does beat Frostpunk. In fact, EU4 goes down quite, yeah. EU4 brought in a lot of people. That's going to make it even more hard on the heart when we address the question about EU4 not being on the channel. PDX content is still EU4. Yeah, that's true. But again, this is a very rough way of grabbing it. I don't think an extra, even 300 give or take on this is going to change the fact that EU4 has brought in a whole lot more than Frostpunk. Even some of these are Dev Clash, which could go in Paradox. But again, I'm not looking for pinpoint accuracy here. I'm looking for human arguments. Right. Do I have anything else I really wanted to say about this one? Can we come back to... No, we should keep this here for a bit. Actually, do we have the power? Because some people are going to ask, were there any other particular outliers that were on there? There were a few dozen people that mentioned Hearts of Iron 4 as a reason for them being brought into the channel. Now, I haven't streamed that game in like 3 or 4 years, so those would be people that came in for that and actually stuck around. Only 2 people mentioned Stellaris, just 2, and I think this is one of them, and that was just the time-lapse thing that I did. Still the most popular video I've ever put up. I hope someday to dethrone it, because that's pretty crap. Why no Nancy Drew column? Nancy didn't star that heavily for bringing people in, I'm afraid. But let's get some numbers on exactly how much. We have these responses. Here's the how did you discover Jake thing. Let's go to this. Let's make a duplicate of you so that I can safely delete all of you. Slam all the answers in here, sort them from A to Z, and let's do a quick search for Nancy. Nancy only stars 5 times. A friend linked me to the Nancy Drew streams, EU4 streams to learn intricacies. Nancy Drew hooked me into a regular viewer, and to join the Twitch community seemed like a good group. Well, I hope they've learnt their lesson. DDR, the guy that did Ryukyu, I watched some of his videos, decided to stick around. This is around 2016, long before Frostpunk or Nancy Drew, so that wasn't actually Nancy bringing them in. Must be Nancy Drew. No, Frostpunk. So there we go. For reals, Nancy Drew did not bring in lots of people. It was more of a community exercise. You wouldn't expect that the Kamidori run that we did brought in new viewers. It was more of a community endeavor. Bane Williams is asking about Resetir, who chalks in 5 times. I saw that somebody is streaming Resetir. Had to watch that, then I stayed. It's that last part that I find really heartwarming here, right? It's one thing to tune in for a video, right? I don't watch videos very often, but I do. But it's very rare that I would stick around in the greater community or ecosystem that anyone else has built. So the idea that I'd put out content that would make people actually want to stay after watching it, well, it fills me with a dangerous amount of pride there. Somebody else saying that they'd watched Resetia here. 2015 Resetia playlist. Now that's an old one. Recommended on YouTube. No, Resetia on YouTube. YouTube recommendation of Resetia. Second time I was looking for Majesty gameplay. Right, Traffic Cone says, does Mario appear? So I actually made a note on this one here, that it's just as important, it's important to see what's on here, but it's equally as important to see what's not in here. There is not a single mention of Mario, not one. It's a little cut off at the top there, but I'm searching for Mario and it's showing up 0 there. So not a single mention of Mario. So what can we take away from that? Everybody in the community who is sick of the Mario Marathon, keep in mind that by taking part in the Mario Marathon, you'll clearly help kill the channel to end the race once and for all. That's my takeaway. It's one thing to have raw data, but the real key is what you make of it. Somebody's asking about DDR. That's a hard one to search for, because it's also going to show up everything that has DDR Jake in it. But I wonder if we can just scroll down to the Ds. DDR is one of the least popular content I ever do, and there's a later question that will cover that. A, B, C, D. Come on, we're not in the Japanese alphabet here. Oh, it's before all the EU4s. No, hard to really say that there's a lot of DDR there. And we could look for Dance, but Dance brings up 2. Oh my days, we've got a long-winded one here. Frostpunk crew here, desperately searching for guidance on how to beat the harder communities. La-da-da-da-da, hooked me on, da-da-da-da-da. Is Dance even in here, or is Dance part of some other word here? My eyes are failing me. Look for DDR with a space afterwards. I'm not actually sure if this search does that one. In any case, we can ascertain that DDR is not something that brought in a lot of people here. DDR has a different meaning in German, piqued my interest. Somebody is asking about Stronghold. Now, I don't mind this at all. If you have curiosities about data points, now is the perfect time to ask about them. I've got all day. Don't know if you have. Of course you do, it's Sunday. What kind of self-respecting person doesn't have control over their own Sundays? When we look for stuff like this, we're kind of getting away from data analysis and more just fulfilling curiosities. But it's also important to me that these surveys are enjoyable or enriching to people, so it's fine to do this. Stronghold recommended somebody in for YouTube. I was watching something else, the video Stronghold Very Hard was suggested, and that's a knife through my back because I started a Stronghold Very Hard campaign just as something to do when I wanted something different to stream, and I only got so far and didn't finish it. I will someday. Maybe. With respect to Stronghold, after playing the first game, YouTube recommended me a single video, Stronghold Very Hard. I grew frustrated as the resolution of the playthrough never came, but ended up watching intermittent long plays of things I'm interested in. The resolution of the... Oh, right, not resolution as in screen size, but resolution as in completion. Yeah, that's another shot through the heart there. YouTube recommended the Stronghold 3 long play. Right, who is this poor, sorry person? Data entry 2561, a 26 to 35-year-old American. I'm so sorry. Nobody should have to go through that. Maybe that's the troll. Possibly. I don't have any defense against troll answers here. Well, the best defense I have is that surely within 2,600 respondents, there's not going to be more than a few dozen troll answers, and that shouldn't be enough to throw us off the scent of anything. Somebody else is asking about Candice. Moves P is not a single mention of Candice, at least not for the bringing people into the channel, which is unsurprising. Candice is a relatively recent thing, and this is being addressed to people that have been to the channel for many years. And the last one I'm going to take is John asking about Xenonauts. Xeno comes up 4 times. I heard that it was a big EU4 channel, only really got into it when the Xenonauts series, though. So that's it's nice to see that even though we bring in lots of people thanks to EU4, or brought in, the variety content shines through. Xenonauts might only be mentioned 4 times, but we have all the mentions of Stronghold, all the mentions of weekly one-shots. Oh, which I also didn't check for here. Saw the Xenonauts stream on Twitch. I was looking for Xenonauts gameplay and recognized the name from the Paradox Dev Clashes. See, that's That's what you get for dipping your fingers into a lot of pies here. And finally, Twitch recommended the Xenonauts. Weekly one-shot's a hard one to search for, because it could come up as weekly, it could come up as WOS, but even in both cases, there aren't a lot of hits on it. State of Decay 2, da-da-da-da-da. I love the weekly one-shot. It's funny that, because the weekly one-shot is, by all accounts, fairly unpopular content on the channel, but that's not going to stop it happening. Except I killed today's one just to do this survey stream. Okay, we better move on or we're going to be here all day. I've been live for almost an hour and we've only tackled like 2 actual questions. Okay, let's go back to... Here we go. Unless I had anything else. I did write a bunch of notes here. 0 hits for whiskey. Not a single person was brought into this channel thanks to whiskey reviews. Don't worry, we'll talk more about whiskey later on. Oh boy, will we talk about it. Okay, next up, do you watch Jake on Twitch and or YouTube? It's hard to say much about this one unless it changes significantly over time, which is all the more reason it should be asked. It obviously hasn't changed much over time. What do we have? We've got like 60% on Twitch a few years back, 65 and 53. That's enough leeway to assume that it's not really changing much at all. Although, what do we have? Like 92% on YouTube here? Yeah, again, not really changing over this. And then finally, the neither. I just fun post one. It's nice to see the natural order of things here. We've got the small elite Twitch viewers lording over the YouTube masses, and the fun posting patricians view it all from their ivory tower. So yeah, nothing's really changing here, but that doesn't give us much exciting to talk about. So let's imagine what it would mean if the numbers did significantly change. Just like the quantity of water I have left here, I am chugging through this. YouTube growing stronger. No, quite the opposite. They're the unwashed YouTube masses for a reason. Right. So let's assume that there was an overwhelming majority watching on Twitch rather than YouTube. That wouldn't change a damn thing, in my opinion. The reason I export to YouTube is more for posterity here. Right? I get personal fulfillment out of having a YouTube catalog with all these videos and playlists. It gives me a good feeling, and it even gives me pride when I see this massive and neatly sorted playlist assortment on YouTube. It was like that back when I started out and nobody was watching them, and it's still like that now, and the only way I could see that changing is if some strong competitor, to YouTube that is, stepped up and slapped them silly. That's a huge if, and there's plenty of other things to care about if that happens, rather than just what about my playlists. But let's look at it the other way. Let's imagine that YouTube was the vast majority here. That's a lot more interesting in my opinion. So if Twitch was in free fall, and let's say only like 5 or 10% of people actually watched on Twitch or YouTube, I don't think I'd need a survey to see that, but let's assume that that was the case here. If that were to happen, I'm never going to stop streaming. I think only death would take me away from streaming. I love it so much. But I would probably shift over to streaming on YouTube. I stream on whatever is convenient, and Twitch is very convenient. It's got most of the people here, it's got all the tools that I need for it. I'm fairly ingrained within Twitch for this. I'd only change out if Twitch was in freefall, but I would keep streaming. I would... should never say never, but I couldn't ever see myself only making straight to YouTube content, and that's because I don't get much joy out of making non-streamed content. I talked about this when I started this very survey. I was like, why did I do this off-stream for the 2019 one? I actually don't know why I did that. I wish I could ask myself. To me, I don't have a chat to bounce off when I do that. And I also feel really uncomfortable just talking into thin air. That's a strange one, because I don't have any problems just talking to myself in general, but if I was doing pre-recorded content and I had to act like I was talking to people, it wouldn't feel right. I like having a Twitch chat here to talk to. It's a very important part of the whole operation. So straight to YouTube content, even if nobody was around on Twitch, wouldn't happen. I'd just transition to doing it live elsewhere. And given those numbers, it would probably be YouTube. I feel like I mixed up Twitch and YouTube several times in that paragraph, but that's not important. At start of streams, you must have been pretty lonely. Wasn't that an issue for you, says Basking there? No, because even if there weren't people around in chat, I was still talking to a chat. And I never really felt that that was a problem. It also helped that at the very start when I was doing streams, I mean when none of you, literally none of you, not even Yedrello or Kalpa were around, I initially started streaming with a few of the buddies who I play games together with. We're a breakaway from an old Grand Strategy group, and there's only a handful of us, but we started streaming for each other and still do. And we watched each other's streams. They didn't care about the EU4 stuff, so kind of worked out nicely for me that actually started getting real people tune in. But remember back in the days of me doing streams like Ramazan and Aztec, there were like 20 people watching maximum. It wasn't until the Mingles run that there was anything that could be considered a large audience going for it. Yeah, Aztecs. I left my stream muted for about an hour without realizing back then, and nobody wanted to tell me. Oh well, what can you do? Jake, you being so responsive to the chat is what makes both this channel and the community you made fantastic. Well, it's hard to attribute it to that because plenty of other places do it, but there's a lot more to dig into about why people keep coming back. Candid responses here, and that's what I'm looking for. Trouble with what people tell me in chat is that they're probably trying to make me feel happy with what they say, and I'm not always looking to feel happy. Right, do we have anything else to cover on these numbers? Not really. People watch on Twitch, more people watch on YouTube, but the people watching on Twitch are the elite, obviously. Time zones, right. Right. Let's preface this. Afternoons and evenings, they work the best for me. From 12 noon until midnight or even later, that's fantastic. I have complete control over all of my times these days. That's a great, dare I say, privilege I have of being a full-time streamer. So it wouldn't kill me to go, no, I'm going to do like 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. streams my time. I would do that if it turned out that loads of people found that more convenient, because it wouldn't come at a great cost for me, and it would be great for them. Wonderful. Everybody wins. Unfortunately, not everybody can win here. The numbers show time and time again that there is a strong... Is my cursor even showing up here? Yeah, it is great. There has always been a strong preference for Central European time, midday to midnight, vastly most popular, especially in evenings there. Who would have imagined European streamer has a vastly European audience who come home from work in the evening and can tune into a stream then. I can't stream 24/7. Someday I'll do a 24-hour stream, but that won't be 24/7. There's no reason based on this to change it. I also checked on weekends to see if it significantly changed there. It doesn't, except that people are free a little earlier. People probably want to sleep in here. So, terribly sorry to the East Asians, the Aussies, and the discount Aussies, but it's going to be awkward stream times for you. We have an Aussie right now who is desperately lacking sleep, but he really wants to watch this, apparently. Are you still awake there, Bane? Please save that 24-hour stream for a weekend, says GPIC. Oh, obviously. Wouldn't make a lot of sense to do it during the weekday. And Bane Williams says yes. Yes, he is. Jake, can you consider there is a bias here in favor of viewers who are already viewers and not potential new viewers? Mark Giroux brings up a fantastic point. Yes, there is definitely a bias here, because go figure, the people that are going to be around to answer the survey are the people that stick around the most, and evidently those people like these times. However, I make a counterpoint to you. What is more important? Doing things that people here already like, or changing what they like in favor of this potential nebulous new audience? There are plenty of people who will tell you it's the latter, but I don't feel that way. I really don't feel that way. You shouldn't treat your existing audience at the expense of chasing someone new. As Catan points out, all the big companies go for the latter. Maybe not all of them, but I think it's misguided. The idea that, oh, we have these people forever, so we need these new people, and only I know the way to get them. Dealt with plenty of those types, I'm sick of it, right? I have no reason to alienate the people that have really made this channel what it is. So, a good point, Mark Giroux, but not good enough. One thing I don't like about this noise thing is it probably cut out me tapping my desk to emphasize my point. But tap I did. Okay, I threw one bottle of water already and we're about 7 questions deep. That's healthy pace. Okay, Oh, but there's one little outlier here. All this hasn't changed, but we have a little thing down here saying Twitch chat. Can we get a zoom in on that? Zoom and enhance. Twitch chat rules are strictly and heavily enforced. Do you think this is for the better or for the worse? I only asked this in the 2017 survey, and I never asked it again. Why is that? The vast majority of respondents either didn't care about the rules or they preferred the harsh one. Look at that, only 8% of people, let's round it up to 9, said that they thought that the heavy enforcement of chat rules was to the detriment of the channel. Great, good enough for me. I didn't ask again, and I don't care to ask again. The brutal oppression around here has been a bedrock of the channel, and I largely accredit the serene atmosphere here to exactly that. Even if this answer were to change over time, and we were to see more people disliking the harsh rules today, what would that mean? This might be a cynical view of mine, but I would take that to be newcomers arriving and wanting change to a fundamental pillar of the place. And that, much like Mark Giroux's comment there earlier, is a terrible reason to change something so fundamental. If the iron-fisted rule here is so unpalatable for people, then you have options. You can take the meritocratic mod game and make yourself exempt from them, or you can take yourself to any other meme-filled cesspit of a channel and make your new home there. That's a pretty rough way to put it, but it's exactly how I feel on the matter. I really put a lot of stock in the brutal oppression that we have around here. I know that some people have problems with that. There have been a lot of responses on this to the extent of, like, I don't like the mod abuse, I don't like the atmosphere here, it makes me feel unwelcomed, etc. But those have been drowned out by the amount of people who say that because of these, and this is stuff that I've seen in the responses, that they feel the place more welcoming and a much better alternative to other chats that they see around. This is probably the most biased question of them all, says Alpha. The people hating the swords are already gone. And that is a point where I just have to fill in the gaps myself and say that is for the better. The boot on the throat is great for the masochists. There are some masochists around here, but they do them, right? Okay, unless anybody has further questions about this, we will move on rapidly, but I will grab another drink. Man, this is thirsty work. It doesn't help that it's a scorcher. Probably. Not like I've left my house in 24 hours. I've just been dealing with statistics. Stippy1 is in chat saying, I didn't get around to following the survey, or completing the survey rather, but for what it's worth, I started following you initially because of the Patrician 4 Perfect Hansa series, then got into many of the other streams that you have done. Excellent choice. Although a bizarre one. Are you German? Okay. What are we moving on to here? Right, it's time to actually start talking about the content of the channel here. This I've asked before, and it's changed a little bit on the questions over the time, but it's largely the same here. Oh boy, excuse me there. Right, so this is purely what do you enjoy seeing on the channel, and it's fairly unsurprising that strategy games and their variants remain unshakably at the top here. The numbers don't really change, so I guess we'll just zoom and enhance on the current ones. Right, it's not surprising that strategy games are top dog here. Again, the aforementioned people who came here based on EU4 and Frostpunk were overwhelming. Currently, though, there's no mainstay strategy games in the channel. We always had EU4 for a very long time, and then we had a disastrous time with Victoria 2, but we also had Crusader Kings 3, but they didn't really last long, and right now we got Nout going for us. The most mainstay thing we have right now is Dominions 5 featured on Saturdays, but spoilers, that 5 versus 8 impossible session is the last regular Dom 5 game that I'm planning right now. I don't want to burn out on the game, so I think that's a good point to cut it away from being a regular one. That means I'm on the hunt for a new strategy, or city building, or management, or deviant game to feature on the channel. I put out a call to arms for such games, so expect to see various tryouts coming along. I've had a lot of different strategy games posted my way, so I think I'll take wild cards, or maybe the Saturday it's freed up to try out this game, and if it's good, then we stick with it for a while. So expect more variety. And that's going to be bad news for all the people that said the things they don't like about the channel is too much variety. And there were people that said that. A little note about the strategy games. I trust there are things coming up in chat here, but I want to address this while it's still in my train of thought. A good time for questions, I suppose, is when I'm done ranting here. So on the strategy games, when I grew up, I never saw myself as much of a strategy gamer. I liked Caesar 3, which I think I was young then, and Dungeon Keeper, even younger there, but I never really identified this as a genre that I had particular affinity towards. When I think of growing up with games, I think more fondly of platformers, JRPGs, which I generally can't stand now, and action games rather than more cerebral experiences. In fact, it wasn't really until Paradox games that I really took to my element with strategy games, which sounds a little high on my horse considering my abysmal performance of Company at Heroes. But I think it's more that I like to get obsessed with a game, and strategy games give me a lot to obsess over. So I think it's a happy accident that this became a largely strategy game focused channel, but it would never become purely strategy. Even if this said 100% I like Paradox and strategy games and city builders and I want 0% in the rest of them, I would always have variety games. And that might be a bit of a cynical thing to say, given, I'm asking this for feedback. Why would I just ignore feedback? The feedback is there to ground my decisions, but it's not there to make them for me. Right, bit of a tangent there, so let's get back to this. We have the usual suspects on the list here that rank lowly. Lewd games always rank pretty lowly. DDR is doing terribly, and people even prefer the empirically awful games over spooky games. Now, personally, I think that's just terrible taste on your part, but it's still great to get some actual numbers of this so I can point at it when questions are brought up about the games we see on the channel. Variety games will always be here to stay. This is just a point of interest to me. And that probably makes it a bit unsatisfying for the results-hungry people. This is a question that's largely asked for people who are interested in it. It's, Rune Factory and spooky games not enjoyed by many people, but I think most people would actually be sadder if we never saw a spooky game on the channel again. They're really hit or miss. For every Ao Oni you get 10 convenience store games, if you get both those references. It can be hard to find good ones, but I think it's for the better that we do try. The 431 others who responded DDR have good taste, says MovesP. That they do. Notably, I haven't played DDR in a couple of months. Again, I'm letting the hunger build up for that. I'm very much of the opinion that doing too much of one thing can really lead to a burnout or blowout on it, so I like to preemptively cut back on them. I think when the cold weather sets in again, I'm going to be itching to stomp on my dance mat. But it's a dangerous one to do in the summer. What else is there to say about this? Well, there's also the fact that streaming all these different games is fun for me, and that will probably always remain a more important thing than what other people prefer to see on the channel. Again, this sounds so horribly elitist, like, thanks for the results, I don't care about them. That's not what I'm getting at here, but I still do want to ground my decisions in what we have here. Let's face it, this is strategy-focused, but it is a variety channel, and I can't imagine a situation where that would change. And this is just a one that was multiple choice, so I don't have specific answers to dig into here. I think I checked every option on that question, says Wealthy Nigerian Prince. I love the variety of games and genres. I wonder if we're going to perhaps tread on your answer to that later on, when we get to things that people particularly like about the channel. This is the first channel I've seen in which one of the repeated common questions is about the viewing statistics, says Broom. Okay, I need to go and get some more water, but I will say we have a certain kind of audience here who hunger for those kinds of things. More people are watching Railway Empire Spreadsheets Edition than they are Rune Factory. I need to top up on water. I will be right back for... Oh, what a What a very pertinent question. Right, got myself a fresh batch of water. As Bob Ross would say, we're wet, we're slick, and we're ready to go. Might as well zoom and enhance here since there's not a lot to say. I haven't asked this one before. A very different kind of question here, so I'm asking for the first time Jake is trying out a game in a foreign language. Again, I tend to use third person here. I think that helps in getting candid responses here. Is this something you'd be interested in seeing more on the channel? Well, a few weeks ago I started streaming Rune Factory 5 in Japanese, and that was the first time I streamed a game in a foreign language. And attempted to follow along, and no, Sekiro in German does not count, before Max gets all pedantic about that. These streams have been the most intense in a variety of ways. I've never been so mentally exhausted doing streams. 3 hours of doing Rune Factory in Japanese is akin to about 15 hours of streaming just about anything else. It's also been the most humbling and humiliating streams that I've ever done. It's humiliating in a different way, because up until lately, any display of aptitude or lack thereof on the stream has been game-related. However, with this, my very real-world capacity to learn is on display, and that's a tough one for the ego to manage. But in spite of that, they've been really enjoyable and very rewarding for me. I've been studying Japanese for a while, and to actually put it to the test is a really enriching experience. But that said, it also makes for one of the most inaccessible streams I've ever done. If you don't know Japanese yourself, I can't imagine there's a lot for you to do as a viewer. So I've actually put this question out for guidance towards if it's something I should consider doing after Rune Factory 5's credits roll. Very unusual for this. I almost never, in fact I would dare say I never ask about what should be streamed on the channel. Nobody asked for 2 Hours of Hell, I just did it. Nobody asked them to change to weekly one-shots, I just did it. Nobody asked for punishment games, I just put them in, and now everyone asks for them. So it's very unusual to say, hey, how do you guys feel about this? Because I'm not sure one way or the other. Alik is in chat saying that it's just fun to watch you struggle. There we go again, people asking for the punishment games. It's about 25% of the reason I watch. Anyway, I wanted to gauge this one because it is enriching for me to stream it, but in terms of working on my Japanese, I can get pretty much the same experience just playing it in my own time. So this I'm a bit more interested to see, is this something that people are going to be interested in? We're going to finish Rune Factory 5, I don't care if nobody shows up for that. I've started that. And I've got too much of a habit lately of dropping my games. I'm going to cover that later as well. So we will get to the credit roll on Rune Factory 5 one way or the other. But let's look at the responses here. The response is a really tepid one. Actually, it doesn't show up very well on that. The Google Forms tend to cut out these bar graphs when you have a few of them. In fact, when I bring it up here as well, hang on, maybe we can get the sheet itself popping up here. Here we go. Here's the actual form itself, not just my graphic design as my passion style, cutting and pasting of the responses. I don't care, right there at the top, followed by God no, make it stop, followed by games in other languages, and then at the bottom, more games in Japanese. So this response is a really tepid one. Obviously the majority just don't care. This is why I tend not to put I don't care as an answer. People gravitate towards not having strong opinions, and I ask these because I want opinions. In any case, it seemed a prudent one to put here because it could just be that people don't care. So the majority don't care. Those who have an opinion generally want less of it, not more. I dug more into the comments about it that people wrote, because there were custom comments that people could put in here. They could also put in multiple comments and answers. And the general feeling that I got from the comments was that the stream had its charm, but people just largely weren't interested in it as a regular thing. And given what I thought about how accessible the foreign language streams are, in this case Japanese, it makes a lot of sense. And this is exactly the kind of guidance that I'm grateful that people can answer the survey to give. The takeaway here, I think, is that the occasional wild card or a wee game coming in that we can do in another language is something I'd keep in mind for an infrequent occurrence, but I wouldn't want to completely snuff them out. If all I did was snuff out things that weren't popular, then if we scroll back to the previous question about what people don't like, well, it'd be goodbye DDR and goodbye Honey Pop. Well, actually, Honey Pop's a pretty crappy game, but Kamidori and Rants are not. Even trucking would be like, well, you know, that's not what most people want. It's nothing but Caesar 3, Paradox strategy games, and Company of Heroes. That's not how we operate. It's very unlikely that I would ever snuff anything out based on public opinion, but perhaps I wouldn't set up a Saturday foreign language stream thing based on that. It's no skin off my nose, because this is a great way for me to practice that I'll continue doing in my own time, but I did want to see if there was going to be much interest, and evidently there's not. But again, wouldn't want to completely snuff it out. Niche entertainment is pretty much what we do around here, and some people were keen on more, so. Another thing I want to keep in mind is, and this is a bit of a pipe dream, if I ever truly get good at my Japanese, regardless of what people care about here, I do want to do translations of unlocalized games. I think it would be really neat to pick up some incredibly niche game that is unlocalized and just go through the whole damn thing live translating it. Obviously not agonizingly slowly as we're doing with Rune Factory. This is a what if I actually get good at Japanese. So face it, Alpha Gammo, the race is on. If you, living in Japanese, can't get competent faster than I can, well, what are you even doing there? Alright, enough about Nihongo. Let's check out what else we had. Unless there were further questions about this one, if people wanted to check for certain answers, but I think it's a harder one to delve into for specific answers in. Bane Williams says that there's about 100 or more Super Nintendo games that could do with that attention. They certainly could. Trouble is, back in that era, not a lot of kanji with their limited font works. No kanji is hard kanji. But again, this is for if I get good. Turin saying, damn, I'm late. Yeah, if only I had some kind of schedule or something. Oh, we'll get to the schedule talk. Jake, are there any foreign languages that caught your attention? Absolutely not. For me, I'm talking just about Japanese here. I did ask about other languages, and other languages were more interesting than Japanese to people, but I'd see that as more of a Sekiro kind of thing. It was fun doing Sekiro in German, because it angered a lot of Germans and it confused a lot of other people, and constantly seeing people come in asking why is Sekiro in German was an enriching experience for me, and for others. There were quite a few comments saying quite a lot of German comments that said something like, God, I hated the German in Sekiro, but it was so funny having people come in asking, why is it in German? Right. Oh, I had a special note, right? Although there was a fine balance of people who found the Sekiro in German thing entertaining, I was hoping to find a connection between people who said, please God, no more German dubs, and those that were actually German, but sadly I didn't find any. Right, let's move on, shall we? Oh Christ, long play question. Right, calls for another drink. I always do. No Scots Gaelic. My mother knows Gaelic, my aunt knows Gaelic, and that's about the end of that. I do not. Dying languages. They're tough, and they will die. Scaly, you're saying, I'd love to see some games in Dutch and watch things burn on here. Some people do just like to see the world burn. Right, no previous ones on this one because long plays weren't a thing on previous, during previous surveys. Or they were just coming into their inception in 2019. Straight up admission here, I largely put in this question to promote the long play submission form and to fish for new long play suggestions. My hunger for long plays feels insatiable. That is to say, I want lots of long plays. I'm really happy with how we've been chewing through them. We're on like 20-something, maybe even close to the 30th long play. It's a lot of fun. It's a great way to play different games, but actually play through them in their entirety, rather than just have either very short games or games that we look at for a couple hours and then drop. That can be frustrating, I get that. So I love the long plays, and since a lot of people seem invested in the votes on them, I can only assume others are as well. So, unfortunately, submissions for long plays have been drying up lately. Not a lot of people have been putting in new suggestions for it. So this was here largely to bulk out the list of recommendations that I have, and it worked. The list grew by almost 100 entries on my long play list, and if you still don't know about it, there's the link right there that you could painstakingly copy in, or you could just check my link that I have in my stream-related links for a link to that forum. If you chew through the long plays like the Pod Racer one, the number will grow faster and faster. Pod Racer was a mistake as a long play. I did not think it was that short of a game. Or maybe I was just really good, who's to say? What else is there to say about this? Lots of people gave vague answers here, but I'm currently picking through them to see if there are particular games that people mention here as well as just on the forum. It's been an extremely varied response on this one though. RPGs, strategy games, action games, puzzle games, they're all there, and this is a list that I'm going to pick through. It's not really something that's important for chewing through on stream, I dare say, unless somebody has a counter comment like, oh, did you see this game on the list? But the best way you can poke a long play recommendation to me is to post it on that long play recommendation forum, and it's also good to just hit me over the head with it, because sometimes I just look at it and go, I'm not really seeing what you're seeing, and then put it on the red list based on that. I'm very quick to jump to such conclusions, so drive it forward. Somebody put Steamworks or Stormworks Build and Rescue. Still struggling to see the appeal there. I'd love to find out who put that in. Right, that's neither here nor there though. That's barely a survey question. That is just a bait question for me to get some results on the long play forum. I can abuse my power at times. Right, what do we have next up? Oh boy, this is a fun one. No logistical Bane. Bane, I got you that game so that you could have fun with it and I could gauge if I would have fun with it. I would not have fun with logistical. I would certainly not have fun with it. Right, so it's one thing to ask people what brought them into the channel, but it's a different thing to ask them what's their favorite thing on the channel. You might say, oh, I like the EU4, or I was brought in for Frostpunk, but I like to put people on the pedestal here and say, what's your favorite thing? Because even if you come in and you say you love EU4, it might be that we get an unusually large amount of people who actually, well, actually my very favorite thing was the Ow Oni 2 Hours of Hell. It kind of stagnates there in my long list of weekly one-shots, but I think that moment stands out for a lot of people, and it's good to see those kinds of things and see, okay, your idea of something that you enjoy on the channel, I think, is a very different emotion from that favorite moment that you have. So I wanted to pick through these and see especially how this compares to games that, say, people find that they enjoy a lot on the channel. Did that make sense? I don't know, but it made sense to me. Ao Oni was one at the very last second. The very last dozen milliseconds, even. Right, what am I getting at here? I lost my train of thought thinking about Ao Oni. Well, in order to get my train of thought back, why don't we cut over to the responses that we had on this one? The absolute favorites. This one I segregated much like I did the how people discovered the channel. Do we have it? I think we do. There we go. Now, this one, In the previous ones, Bad Ideas Guy kind of reigned supreme, because that was a fairly, maybe not fairly recent, but it long held the crown of what people really found as their favourite moment on the channel. So it's interesting to see what people are going to be saying now, because that one's kind of long done, right? Bad Ideas Guy 1 and 2 were both ages ago. Have people found new favourites since then? Well, let's have a look-see. When I sorted out the list, and this is not all the responses, these are responses that I saw kept popping up very often. Many people said Bad Ideas Guy still. So I should really give some great thought about what made Bad Ideas Guy so great. But on the other hand, I feel like if I think too much about that, then I'm trying to go too much for data point driven content, which is not what we're about. Bad Ideas Guy came together in a very natural is not the word I'm looking for, but it did kind of naturally coalesce into the fun thing that it was. And C Space Echo was the one that actually put together the Bad Ideas Guy ideas list, so I think you will forever, eerily, silently feel pride in that. So, Bad Ideas Guy still features here. Caesar 3, surprising. Like, people love Caesar 3 so much that they would say that was their favourite thing on the channel. I mean, makes sense to me, it's a great game, but a lot of entries for it. Dominions, I had to see if Dominions ended up being a lot of people's favourites. I think Dominions 5 is so niche that those that like it love it so much that it is far and away their favourite thing. Even the person that said Dominions 4, I played Dominions 4 once and hated it, so... Well, whatever floats your boat. Frostpunk is of course there, including the person that calls it Frostpunk. FTL. And it's not just people that said FTL, it's also people that said Into the Airlock and such. I did actually check out for different ways that people said this. Nancy Drew? What's wrong with you? The weekly one-shot, people largely just said it as a series rather than their favourite moments, but I think I was asking more about your favourite series rather than your favourite single stream. Patty 4, there's no escaping it. What do we have here? Patrician 4. I'll rewatch occasionally if I'm struggling with insomnia. That's why we have Sleep Aid as one of the answers down it. I wanted to check for State of Decay, and sure enough, a lot of people found that as their favourite thing. And then there's Xenonauts, man. Xenonauts was something special. But much like we had before, let's scroll down and see which one perseveres the most. Which do you think, chat, as I grab this drink, is going to come along the most? I'm only going to give a few seconds on this one. Because something I don't like in streams is when the streamer asks a question and then waits like 2 minutes to get consensus from the chat. I don't care. I'd like you to post it in, but I'm not going to delay things over it. Alright, who's going to be the first one to drop off in terms of favourites here? I think someone had a lot to say. Oh god, Xenonauts and Nancy do have a special place in my heart. Good for you, friend. This also means that people who want to read these can actually pause and check them out as we go along. Right. The Nancy-thon dries out just before Dominions 5 does. Again, this is a broad grasp on them. There are probably some Nancy answers I missed, and some of them are mixed in here. Don't care. I'm going for the shotgun broad approach. But many others still persevering. Goodbye, Patty 4 and Xenonauts. Xenonauts just barely beating out Perfect Hansa, or the Patrician 4 run. But I'd say that makes them pretty even. So that, for all the love you felt of Xenonauts, people felt much the same way about Patrician 4. Terrifying in a way. One person putting in Banner Saga with FTL. Too bad, I'm only taking in the first thing you say here. Caesar 3 does eventually dry up, but so many people saying that Caesar 3 was their favourite thing. It is an amazing game though, but Caesar 3... Oh, let's take a special moment to talk about Caesar 3. Caesar 3 is right there with Frostpunk, where I feel that I've done everything in that game. Bloody everything. I've beaten some incredibly difficult, challenging maps. I've built in a lot of different ways. The Augustus mod is very impressive, but it doesn't appeal to me. It brings in a lot of extra fluff that I find degrades the core Caesar 3 experience for me. It's not to say Caesar 3 won't return. I actually saw a new map from Marek, which looked really good, and I thought, I'm going to get the Caesar 3 itch again, and I'm going to play that at some point. Caesar 3 will never die, but it will never be a mainstay. No, it is a mainstay. It just comes back not so regularly. Let's just leave it with Caesar 3 will never die. That's a nicer way to put it there. What do you mean by fluff in this case, says MoveSP? By fluff, I mean things like you have a system where you have to feed your army. Okay, what does that really add to it? Just means you have to make more food to feed up your armies. It's kind of distracting. The game is not a war game. The game is not a war logistical game either. This isn't Knights and Merchants. Don't give me that to care about. It has monuments. I get people like monuments. I don't. They were a big thing that never really appealed to me in Pharaoh. It's just giving me another reason to stockpile resources to build this, that, and next. No, I play Caesar 3 because I want to make beautiful Roman cities with ball-bustingly difficult maps on which to do them, although sometimes I like a more pleasant run-through of them. These are extra things that I don't want to have to care about. Also, they added roadblocks. Great, some people like them. I like the frustration of dealing with the walker system. I wish it wasn't there, but by the same point, I'm glad it is. It's a complex emotion. But Caesar 3 will never die. Lethis Path of Progress, I didn't play it. I looked at it and I thought, somebody copied Caesar 3 homework and forgot to flip over the other side of the homework, which had now fill in the soul. Kinda how I felt with Nebuchadnezzar, which I did play, and I really thought it was dead. Okay, I'm getting distracted, but that's okay. We have all the time in the world to get distracted with this kind of stuff. The weekly one-shot does eventually burn out, as does Bad Ideas Guy EU4, so EU4 does not persevere here. I love the weekly one-shot, and I'm glad to see so many other people do. Even though it's not popular content, the fact that so many people find it as their favourite thing makes me feel extra bad about killing it for today, but we're doing it for the right reasons, right? Yeah, Sod 2 also died. Wait, somebody also said Rune Factory with State of Decay? That is the strangest mash of favoritism. But a mash nonetheless. So it's down to Frostpunk and Into the Airlock. A lot of love for both. The thing about Frostpunk and Into the Airlock as series, for me, is that I feel a strong affinity with them because as base games they're amazing, but I had to invent extra things to really keep them alive and make interesting series out of them. Into the Airlock especially, because I took a game that's already pretty hard, but I felt like I knew really well. If I play FTL normally, one, it's a pretty stale experience because the game is actually quite lacking in content. It's at a great point, an almost perfect point, but for someone who plays it a lot of times, it's just, you see the same events over and over again, you play the same way over and over again. Into the Airlock, with more indirect control, it's kind of like going from a real-time strategy to playing Majesty. It adds a whole layer of excitement, and the chat involvement just makes it so good. And I invented that whole idea for FTL, and it makes me feel like a father of Into the Airlock, dare I say. And at the risk of sounding really pretentious, it makes me feel extra proud when I see people really enjoy something that I concocted like that. And I hope I don't discover one day that Into the Airlock was actually something I subconsciously ripped off of something else, but until that day, I don't. And then there's Frostpunk, which again is a great core game, but the game is so limited. There's a few scenarios and an endless mode, and that's it. But I've come up with so many ways to play the game that turned it into whole different experiences, like the cannibalism run and the children-only run, that for people to say that that was their favourite thing, again, fills me with pride. Although they're not specifically saying the challenge runs, but I'll fill in the blanks in my head. But whilst they run on together, Frostpunk does beat FTL. In fact, it beats it by quite a lot. Unbelievable that Frostpunk, which is a relatively recent game to the series, would destroy the most popular EU4 run that there's been. Frostpunk was just so huge. Just kind of exploded. I hope that if I ever go to Poland again, I can actually go to 11-bit headquarters and meet the people behind the game. I just think it would be good fun to meet them and say thanks. They actually sent me an art book of Frostpunk, and they wrote on the inside, "Thanks for all the great content," and that was really touching. That's the kind of thing that creates a fan of your game who not just will be a fan of the game, but will actually forgive mistakes that you make as a company. Paradox had a lot of that until they really drained the bank, so to speak, with that kind of goodwill. But, what has Frostpunk done? Well, they killed the game a little early, but that's their choice to do, and they released one fairly lackluster expansion. Otherwise, they've announced something new. I hope it's great, and I have enough faith in them to jump blindly in. But still, what are we taking away from this? Favourite moments. A lot of people coming in for Frostpunk, kind of mind-blowing to me. So these are the recurring answers, but there were many more, a whole lot more. I want to make special note of... I swear I made notes of them. Right, there were 2,600 respondees, and for 53 of them, they put in Railway Empire as already being their favourite series. If I had a bit more time to digest the numbers, I'd see if these were people that have joined relatively recently. You know what? We have the time now. Why don't we check that? I will... How will I do this then? Let us duplicate the main responses. Man, it's not going to like this, is it? Let's get rid of all the timestamps, all the nationalities. Let's just straight up delete these columns. And then let's get rid of... So we're keeping approximately when did you join in, and the only other thing I want is what's your favorite? And I swear this order is not what I set it up to be. How do you discover? Do you watch? What content do you like? Just delete all of that. Where's the one that has favorites? Getting spoilers in the future questions here. What's your favorite stream or series? Great, let's bring you over here. Fantastic. Let's delete everything else. I made a copy of this, so it's okay. I'm not deleting the main stuff. At least I hope I'm not. Goodbye columns. Right. Now let's sort you A to Z and go down to Railway Empire. Jake's long anticipated 2 hours of Excel run. We did that for Railway Empire, and now we're doing it again to see stuff about Railway Empire. As you can see, there's a lot of stuff here that I didn't segregate out for the list because I didn't think it was as big as the rest. But for a lot of people, you know, punishment games, they're all-time favorite things. Punishment games are hilarious. Punishment games, of course. Punishment games and Death Road to Canada, which we haven't had for a while. The problem is I beat Death Road to Canada on its hardest reasonable setting, and that kind of made me go, okay, we're done here. They are still adding to the game, but again, you know, it's like, great, but I've had my fun. Here we go, Railway Empire. Railway. This isn't all the Railway Empires, there are other ones that have Railway Empire stuck in with other answers, but let's just look at this this section to begin with. Well, actually, to begin and end, I can't be here all day. I was thinking that we would have a lot of people that have just joined in over the past few months and just went, oh, well, Railway Empire is all I've seen. But no, jings. 2016... 2020 is over a year away by now, especially the start of it. Somebody who was watching from very long ago. Somebody who was watching when I was but a ween in 1997. Madness. Railway Empire is hitting me in the funny spot. Oh, I remember reading this one before. So much so that you made my lazy ass remember how to log into my Twitch account, learn how to connect it to Amazon Prime, and then give me my sub so I could start watching those VODs just that little earlier. Even had to get that Trail Capitalist Simulator for myself. Now this is the kind of answer you miss if you just give people multiple choice. I remember reading this and thinking, oh, that is very sweet. And of course continuing on because it was another 2,500 to read, but if all I had was multiple choice, I would miss things like this, and that is something I'm not willing to do. In any case, I was expecting that this might be just recent viewers, but it's not, so look at your fellow viewers and consider that to these people, the spreadsheet simulator we have with Railway Empire is to them the best content this channel has to offer. You might look at them with disgust, you might look at them with respect, but they are still your peers here. And yes, there were people who found that Rants was their favourite Rants. I'm not proud of it, but Rants. There was a magazine that used to ask for your favourite main character, I think particularly in erotic games, and they had to change it to female character because Rants kept winning. That's a second or third-hand story I've heard, but I choose to believe it. Were people asking about any particular other games, though? I mean, this is the perfect time for it. How many people responded with DDR or trucking as their favourite? Let's head up to the Ds. Again, I'm obviously missing some when people give answers that aren't going to fill in here, but I can't spend forever today searching through for all of them, so I'm just going to go for the basics here. DDR, unsurprisingly, not terribly popular. I mean, we saw that in the previous ones, but there are some people who say that is their favourite one. DDR always, otherwise enjoyed Battle Brothers and Dominion's multiplayer. The rare DDR Dominions crossbreeds. And then there was somebody's asking for Reset here, and someone's asking for Trucking. Just coming up. RRR. Lots of love for RimWorld. The hunger for RimWorld is building. It will be back soon. But I've been saying that for months now. Surprisingly, quite a few people very fond of Reset here. Largely older viewers here, or viewers that have been around for longer. I don't think there's a lot to read into this. I think it'd be dangerous to get carried away saying this is what new people like, this is what old people like. We'll get to this later on, but it really doesn't matter if you've been here for 1 month or 72 months or for the whole duration of it. Anybody can step up and become part of the channel. I will talk about this more later on, but it feels like a good point to bring it up. Let's take Dark Young and Baron Von Own as examples, right? Very, very prominent members for different reasons. Dark Young because he's a horrible sociopath of a person and a big old jerk at times. And Baron Von Own because he's hilariously incompetent at every single thing he does. But they're still fun characters that kind of step up into the limelight. They'll do their own streams, they'll get involved in streams, they'll be recurring characters in what we do. But they only appeared quite recently. In fact, Dark Young first appeared when he wrote a comment on my YouTube video that said, "You had me at lots of dead kids." And that was, of course, a very in-context quote for a Frostpunk run that we did. That wasn't very long ago, and he's, like, everyone knows who Dark Young is here. That's, it's not that you have to have been here for forever or get all the in-jokes to step up. Anybody can. The people that joined in for the State of Decay run, never heard of them before, but they could just join on in. That's the kind of place I want this to be. Roodles saying, meanwhile, here's me, 73 months deep and I barely talk in chat. Ah, but Roodles, I do recognise you. Anyone for Kamidori, or is the lewd crowd all on rants? No, there were some for Kamidori. I also missed Trucking. Let's scroll down to Trucking. Subnautica. Subnautica? That can't be for the good reasons. Subnautica was painful for a lot of people. Where's the Trucking? Trucking. Trucking. We haven't trucked in a while. I am actually hungry for Trucking. I've just not yet found a good time for it. Feels like all my wildcards are eaten up by other games right now. It's a shame. You'd think I'd have infinite time for streaming going full-time, but these games, they eat so many hours. Amayui Castlemaster when? Maybe. I've yet to play it. Alright, we're not going to find it on this list. Kamidori. Kamidori will be the last one we check here, I think. Well, we might make a check for Draken afterwards. H-I-J-K... Kamidori, more popular than Rants. And that crossbreed of Kamidori with Frostpunk and Patrician 4. Good lord. A weeb sadist who also is secret German. Baron is going to play my map in Caesar 3. Hey Marek, I got your email there about your map. That was the one I was talking about when I said, ooh, I'm going to have to play this one. But I'm waiting for the Caesar 3 itch to resurface. Sometimes more time equals less time, Jake. A baffling thought. You're right about that one. Still, I'm pretty happy with my control over time, but I used to feel like I had total control over time when I worked in security. Good times. Hold on, did I say kindergarten? Amazing. This is, I'm probably going to use this word a lot today, but this is vindication for me. I do a lot of different streams, and some streams are more popular than other streams, but just about all of them end up being somebody's favourite. And whilst I don't need that to justify what I do, it does help make me feel good about what's done here. Look at that. Perfect hands are there. By rights, nobody should have loved Patrician 4, but lots of people did. Plenty of people hated it, but that's the wrong reason to not do it. Right, I can get too carried away here, so I think we should move on rapidly here. No, there was one comparison that I made special note of here. I have a page of notes here. Actually, I have... How many pages long is this? Many pages long. When I saw interesting things, I wrote them down here. But Frostpunk. So Frostpunk, when I asked for favourite stream or series, was a choice of 100 people in the 2019 survey. The 2019 survey had about the same number of respondents. I think it was 2.8 thousand. So 100 people chose Frostpunk then, and it's over 300 this time round. So if anything, Frostpunk has become more people's favourites, although I'd have to look at the date joined to see if that's because those people were newer, or maybe... No, I've done more extreme Frostpunk challenges since then, so probably that's the reason. And that one went down the wrong throat. Two more. We'll check out two more. Somebody's asking about Battle Brothers, and somebody's asking about Fort Zombie. No, that's Bad Ideas Guy. We're looking for BAT. Battle Pope. Battle Pope. Battle Brothers. Oddly, not a lot of love for Battle Brothers there. That was a great series, but 20 hours of that and I was done. I couldn't ever see myself returning to it. I actually fired up Battle Brothers not too long ago. I thought, I was watching somebody play it and I thought, this gives me the hunger for it. But I didn't even play before I went, you know what, I know how this is going to turn out. I'm going to play for about half an hour, get frustrated with it and drop it, because ultimately, after you've played that kind of game for 20 hours, you've played it for 200. I doubt anyone said Fort Zombie. Let's just check Fort. Ring of Misfortune. Did I play Ring of Misfortune? Oh, they probably mean the punishment wheel. Right, I'll go with that. Blind Dwarf. Not a single one for Fort Zombie? Unless this somehow involves Fort Zombie. Nope. Nobody found Fort Zombie to be their favourite. That's also something I haven't streamed in like half a decade, so go figure. Fort Zombie, we knew you well, and yet not well enough. Let's just delete this sheet. No, let's keep this as a wild card. I might need to copy some stuff into it later on. So just get rid of you and come back to the survey results themselves. This has already gone on longer than both of the survey analyses from before, and that's perfectly fine. We've got a lot more time to dig through, and comparisons with old to do, and I've got all day. All day is perhaps what we'll need for this next one here. This is a sore point, but I had to ask it. So for a long time, Europa Universalis 4 was at the core of the channel's contents. These days, it is no longer streamed. What are your thoughts and feelings on this? Oof, that's going to need another drink. Bane says, it's okay, Jake. Viewer reduction wait, is that 600 viewers? It is, and yet despite those numbers, things stay civil in the chat, so happy with that. And Borum points out that, yeah, it was probably the Wheel of Misfortune from Lucky Luca. Good point. Very good point. Any hit for racism hour? Sorry, we've already passed by. Although I do feel kind of curious about that. Racism was actually something that came up in the feedback, but I'm sure we'll get to that too. Maybe. Okay, so I had to address the lack of EU4 on the channel. Until last year, and here's some context for people that have only joined in the past year, I suppose, EU4 was the core game on the channel. It is responsible for like 90% of everything relating to this channel. This channel got, dare I say, popular because of EU4. It was streamed every week for weeks. It would be like the only game streamed for lots of times, except for maybe the weekly one-shot or the punishment game. It would always be the evening strategy slot when I actually had a schedule. EU4 was everywhere. It was inescapable. I did dozens of campaigns. For a while, I would even say I was the best EU4 player around. Now I'm definitely not. I'm so out of touch with the game. People like Flory would come along and take my mantle for a lot of things, like being good at the game and good at doing the exploits, Point is, EU4 was right at the heart of the channel. It started out with the very conception of the channel when I did a Ramazan run-through. That run-through was terrible. I wasn't very good at the game back then. I suppose comparatively I was, but looking back at it now, it was painful. Even as a stream goes, the mic quality was awful. I didn't stream the whole thing. It like cut away because I think I was playing it at work. And these series went on until the eventual patching out when I did the Carthage Chaos run, which I still regret killing early, but it had to die. Didn't you put I'm the best on your Paradox application? I did. I did exactly that. When I applied to Paradox, my words, if I can remember them exactly, were, I'm the best around. You'd be hard-pressed to find anybody more suitable than me. That's what I said. And you know what? I got that job at QA, and I loved QA. Man, if I had to re-enter the world of employment, I might go back to QA. Might. Or I might just live as a bum. Be hard to work for a company again. I already work for an asshole boss right now, and I'm not sure I can deal with others. Okay, getting sidetracked as usual. About EU4, I'm not saying that the game isn't fun for me. I still think it's a fantastic game, but it's just that after all this time, I've done everything in the game, everything I can think about. The fact that we had these meta gimmicks needed to keep EU4 on life support for the channel was already a pretty bad sign. Sure, the Unlucky Luca Wheel of Misfortune was great and a lot of fun, but it was fun because we had this Wheel of Misfortune thing. It wasn't fun because we were doing new and interesting things in EU. At least that's my take on it. You might think differently, but I'm the one that made the call about cutting it, so I'm making the call on how that felt. So during that, I knew it was time to say goodbye to streaming the game. Thank God CK3 came in at an ideal moment there. So in EU4, I'd played everywhere in the world, I'd accomplished everything I'd set out to do, and it kind of parallels with Frostpunk, because in Frostpunk I've also done everything I can think to do, including all these meta challenges. It's just that in Frostpunk I knew when that moment was and put it down with grace. People still ask me about new Frostpunk challenges constantly, but I have to let them down and say, we done here. People also ask me for new EU4 as well, just as I do with the Frostpunk challenges, but this question here in the survey, if I can somehow drag this spiel back to the survey that we've done here, this is an opportunity to get some candid feedback on the loss of EU4 from the channel. It was an optional question to answer, but clearly people had a lot to say because about 90% of people put in a response here. And I've got a question coming in saying, would you consider overhaul mods for EU4? I just think EU4 period isn't something that I'm going to be coming back to. I don't even want to fuzzily say, oh, might bring it back in the future. That's a complete weasel out. I don't see it coming back. It's not impossible, but I don't see it happening. Are we your asshole boss, Jake? No, I'm calling myself my asshole boss. Makes me work all days. Lost my train of thought as usual, but what can you do? Right, so yeah, lots of people answered this one. The overwhelming amount of answers here almost makes me regret not making it a multiple choice one, because then I could have a pie chart to point at the segregated displeasure, indifference, and relief, because that's what a lot of the answers were. Either displeasure, people making crying faces saying, oh no, not EU4. A lot of indifference, a lot of people just went meh, or don't care, or what's EU4. And a lot of people voicing relief for this one. Various variations of, oh well, with the way the game has gone, or I was tired of it too, or the game was stale. The responses were really varied here, and for me quite emotionally charged. It seems like a weird thing to say, but this is something that's been a core of this channel I've built up for almost a decade, so go figure I would have some emotional baggage going on there. There's so much going on with the responses that it's really hard to sort out, so I think what I could really do is pick out some quotes that echoed sentiments shared by a bunch of people in it. I wonder if I can move away from this some way. Here we go. Let's just scroll to a random spot and let's leave it there as I find some quotes here, which I made note of, thankfully. Which were your favourite EU4 series? Asks Moose P. In recent years, I really loved the Montenegro campaign. It was very hard mode. It was very hard. The start was extremely exciting, and the end was extremely aesthetic. I like that a lot. Although, it's really hard to top Bad Ideas Guy. That thing had everything going for it. Damn near everything. Okay, what's the quotes that I made note here? I've got an American who wrote in. Huh. This is sounding more like Bob Ross each day. Good, says our American friend. I came to the channel for EU4, but I decided to stay because of Jake. EU4 has also gotten kind of old. There's only so many OPMs you can magically blob as before the game starts getting stale. And stale is something that came up quite a lot, actually. I wonder if I could just do a search here for stale. Stale. Keeps coming up. Good to move on from a stale game. In fact, there's, like 50 hits, really, with people saying stale. I get that, right? Been around for many years. If even I'm feeling that EU4 is stale, and I love the game, and I even worked with the game, then go figure other people will feel the same. We had another young American viewer chiming in, and they said, I still get my EU4 fix from Florywori, so it's no big deal, smiley face. And this is great. Flory Worry's streaming style is not for me, Jings. In fact, he stands for just about everything I stand against when it comes to streaming. But as a guy, he's really great. I met him in Poland as well. I'm also really glad that he took up the mantle as being the crazy EU4 player. I remember one time I was watching his stream, and offhandedly we were talking about the grouping up of soldiers, and I told him, you know, we actually put in a handle for 1 million plus soldiers and have an M there. And he had this crazed look on his face when he looked straight into the camera and said something along the lines of, "Oh my god, DDR Jake Senpai, I must find this out." And it was terrifying, but it'll always stay with me, that moment there. And it really shone onto me that we've got a crazy guy, and I can feel happy knowing that there's someone else crazy enough with these games to attempt these kinds of things. Yeah, it was a little scarring for me, but he's a nice guy. Anyway, I really hope he continues to enjoy streaming as well, but I am left wondering what Flory's plan is beyond EU4. He might be crazy, even crazier than I was at my height of crazy with the game, but I mean, EU4 will die someday, right? It might be he'll just keep going with it until the eventual EU5, which is going to happen before the heat death of the universe, I think is what Paradox's line always is, but face it, they always make games on their mainline series. If Vicky 3 can happen, surely, someday, EU5. Isn't he Dutch? He is Dutch, but I would call him an honorary European. He doesn't need to carry the mark of Dutch. I'm also glad that there are other places that people can go to get EU4, right? I'm not just grabbing onto people and keeping them in cages saying you must stay. If people are unhappy that EU4 is gone, go to other places and watch it. I'm only happy that there are people that can still enjoy the streams out there. Steven is asking what the DDR in DDR Jake's name is for. Dance Dance Revolution, my favourite game of all time. Okay, speaking of the Dutch, there was another Dutchman writing in on something that I've kind of avoided talking about, but we'll do so here anyway. This particular Dutchman writes in simply saying, "I can't blame you after the last expansion." So, since the Carthage Chaos campaign, which was in 2019, 2020? Mid-2020? I'll go with that. I haven't kept up with EU4, right? I think that was before the Emperor DLC came out. So I haven't kept up with the game, not as a game or as its internal developments have gone on. And I really don't think it would be proper of me to be critical of the game like that, because I'd just be going off hearsay. I haven't played it, so I can't talk about its development or where the game is going, but I can look towards the community sentiment right now, and it's pretty grim. There have been a lot of comments brought up about the current state of EU4. I also remember being pinged, being told, "Congratulations, Jake, Golden Century is no longer the worst point EU4 has ever been at." Man, Golden Century, grim times. Wish I could talk more about that, but I am NDA'd about not being able to talk about the internal workings of Paradox, so let's leave well enough said alone there. There were quite a lot of comments brought up with the current state of EU4, and that this being for the better, this being that it's not currently being run on the channel anymore. I mean, EU4 had its high points and its very low points when I was on the team, so I have no doubt that Europa is going to bounce back as a series. I was going to say bite back, and maybe that would work. Bite into you, get under the skin again. But at the risk of sounding really callous, and I hope that none of my former colleagues at Paradox take this to heart if indeed they ever listen, but the current sorry state of it does make it a bit easier for me for leaving the game behind. I mean, if EU4 was more popular now than ever before, then I'd really feel like I'm hurting people a lot by dropping it, because just as I'm invested in the game, I don't think it's too otherworldly to imagine that some people were also invested in me being invested in the game. I mean, some people have been around here for years, and so many people still said that they come for EU4 or that's their favourite thing. So it's a sore point. This was definitely a sore point. In fact, reading these responses did hurt a bit. But we're not always here to feel good. Being hurt is important as well. Yeah, okay. But to think about it a bit more positively, there will eventually be an EU5. One can hope, at least. I think unless Paradox burns into cinders entirely, there will be an EU5. And I will definitely be back for that. Just as I'll be back for Victoria 3 when that comes out. So, it's not the end of Europa. It's just the end of the beginning, I dare say. We all watch Jake to be hurt, says Krell. Christ. There was a lot of love behind the punishment games, but I think that's a dangerously common feeling. Right, let's move on from EU4. Unless there are other questions, I feel like I've actually been staring at my fist quite a lot as I do this, emoting through hand gestures here, which I appreciate you can't see, but it means I haven't looked at the chat that much. I can't. If you have questions, it's always best to ping me. It makes it easier to read. So let's get back to the listing here. Oh man, it's still on zoom and enhance mode. I get an NDA on something in development, but to still be under NDA now makes it sound like Paradox isn't a great place to be kept these days. Paradox just has a you cannot talk about internal goings-on period. I'm pretty sure it's a lifelong NDA. Of course, how ruthlessly they enforce that probably depends on how they're feeling. But it's more than just that. I do still meet up with my old colleagues at Paradox, not in Paradox offices. Not that anyone needs to know that. But we do go out for drinks together and meet up. So it's a little dangerous. Where's the line there? What if I hear something when going out for drinks and say it here? Things get really messy that way. There's also the whole don't burn bridges thing. It's not impossible that 2 years' time, a new law is passed and streaming, for some reason, doesn't become viable for small indies like me, and I have to go crawling back to Paradox saying, please give me my job back. I would rather they didn't go, you did all this smack talking and NDA breaking when you were away, so why would we bring you back? I don't think it would ever come to that, but let's not go burning bridges. It's bad practice. If there's one thing my dad taught me, he said, never break a contract, Jake. And again, I was also told never say never, so what do you take from that? Right. Let's not go too deep into the well of NDAs. There are many of them. I'm sure many people here in chat work with them or have signed them. They can be serious business. Okay, what brings you to the channel? Somehow different from your favorite things or what you like to see on the channel. This is more what brings you back here, right? If you might be attracted going, ooh, there's a Patrician 4 stream going on, I want to check that out. But what actually brings you back to the channel when it comes to Jake? I gave a lot of options, and actually, again, they don't show up very well here. Thankfully, I have the power to change that. At least, oh god, no, I don't actually, do I? Let's bring up this. Okay, here it is in the Google Forms. It's still, I don't know why, it just doesn't show all of these. Let's get the numbers for the start here. Humor, 90%. Skillful play, 76%. Voice, yeah, 71%. Unskillful play, 43%. To judge if a game's worth buying, 40.9%. Community, learning tips and tricks, sleeping aid, because he was a Paradox developer, and then a whole host of miscellaneous answers. Right. Since we've seen that in detail, let's come back to what we have here and get comparing and get digging in. Jagger saying, why is skillful play so ahead? Ridiculous. Sorry, Jagger, but that's the way the wind is blowing here. Right. So as I said, this is a little different from asking what brings people into the channel. What makes them come back? And previously, we can see that humor remains the king. 86 before, 91 now, 91 before, 90 now. Humor is king. Isn't that strange? Right? This is not a comedy show. This is not Monty Python. I also don't crack jokes here, or I don't make a habit of it at least. And I don't set out to make people laugh, so I can only assume that that's kind of what makes it work. We Brits are good at dry humour and deadpan, so maybe that's something that the vast swathes of German really enjoy. GPIC points out something that I hadn't considered there. Your tragedy is our comedy. Perhaps when people put under humour, they're also meaning the humour of the tragedy, the punishment games, the failing of weekly one-shots. You're one of the few people that can actually really make me laugh, says Remo Plays. And Plo says, you don't crack jokes, jokes are cracked at you. Are they, though? Anyway, it could come down to a lot of things like wit, or dry humour, any sort of that. But It's interesting. I would really like to see a different channel put up one of these and see how humor rates there. The thing is, I only have my own channel in the past to compare to here. It just... the idea of humor being there seems strange, but 90% is hard to argue with. Right, about the skillful play. So previously, again, it's hard to see in these, but skills or lack thereof were meshed into one. So I segregated it between skillful and unskillful play. Because if there's one thing that I've learned from all the streams that we've had here, especially the community streams around here, Mario Marathon, Nancy Drew, People's Own Races and Punishment Games, it's that horrible, unskillful play can be just as rewarding as well-oiled, masterful play. Wonder who I'm talking about there. It turns out that skillful play is actually twice as popular as unskilled play. I certainly provide both, and I know that some people did select both because they had up to more than 100% there. But, well, I'm going to take a pat on my back there and say, in your face, unskillful voters. That makes me feel good. This survey isn't here specifically to make me feel good, but I'll take what I can from that. I added something really important. Oh, I think it's really important here, and the result here echoes that. I never previously put this in, but I put in to judge if a game is worth buying or playing, and this result, right, more than most of the other results I see in the survey, this one blew me away, and it also has some implications that they activate my almonds here. So almost half of the respondees, what is it, 40.9% of people said that one of the reasons that they come to the channel is to judge if a game is worth buying or playing. And that gives me some deep and complicated feelings going on here, and it touches on my feelings about streaming as a medium as a whole. I'm going to cover that a lot more detail in the sponsorship question, feels more prudent there, but this answer does have some real wow factor for me. I don't make a habit of reviewing the games I play. In fact, I would go so far as to say I give deeper reviews for the Caesar 3 community maps that I play, more so than full games that I play. And this is a great time to say shout out to Illustrajon and Marek for making amazing maps. We'll come back to this, but eesh. No, you know what? Why come back to it? This is a perfect chance to talk about it, right? At least I could say that this is kind of dangerous knowledge, in my opinion. If there's unscrupulous people or companies that knew about half of the audience is sizing up a game for purchase, then I think things could get underhanded really quickly. No, this should definitely be covered more in the sponsorship. We will come back to this, so if this is something that interests you, at the rate we're going, we'll be back on this in about an hour. They already know, says Max. I know they know, but, you know, it's still painful. There's a lot of red popping up here. That makes you... I hate the name influencer. I don't make a big deal out of this, but the name influencer disgusts me, because it's changing what I do, right? I stream, great, lovely, there's streams. Suddenly influencer. What I'm doing is to manipulate the audience. Why would we manipulate them? For profit? I don't like it. I really don't like it. Okay, I will get more into that now. I'm being baited here, but the bait is already cast. Okay, well, moving on rapidly to another one of the points here. I added the option for community here. Again, it doesn't bleeding show up, does it? Community came in at 39.4%, so just under judging whether a game is worth buying or not. It did, when I was piecing this together, I largely took questions that I asked before because I should have a comparison. But there were some thoughts I had that, you know, this would be interesting to know as well. And community was one of them. I really reflect upon the fact that over the years I've built up... Oh, excuse me. And I shouldn't even say I. We have built up quite the community here. In short, it's heartwarming to see it do so well on the vote here. Back in my juvenile days of the internet, not quite my infant days, because there were days where I just went on the internet to find the latest Draken FAQs to figure out the game. Oh, I remember that. I remember going to my dad's work because he had a big old industrial printer to print out the many pages for Draken and Secret of Mana. I wanted the internet's best Secret of Mana run guide. Okay, getting wistfully nostalgic there. Point is, in my juvenile days on the internet, I was in love with internet relay chat. I still am, but I don't frequent them like I once did. In fact, I don't frequent them at all. I've got this place. It was always a wee dream of mine back then to run my own tight-knit server. I was certainly a member of plenty of tight-knit servers for various games or communities, and yeah, I just thought, oh, it would be nice if in the future I could have one of these for whatever. And it really feels like I'm living that the dream, or at least the modern equivalent of that dream. It does come with challenges to deal with. A lot of people in one place and being somewhat responsible for them as a whole can lead to like drama management or feel like you're herding cats. But really, thankfully, and I do attribute this to iron-fisted oppression and bloodthirsty enforcement that we have, that's seldom been a problem. Building this community up from scratch has been really rewarding for me. So seeing people that feel that that's a reason to bring them back to the channel, it gives me a lot of pride. I don't want to sound too mushy here, but that's exactly how it feels there. And yeah, Jared, IRC, those were the days. It was only until a few years ago that I still tuned into the Twitch chat via IRC, but Discord, kind of regrettably, is the king of that. The functionality is hard to argue with, but man, those Twitch chat times, great. I feel like things were more ephemeral and that gave more soul to it, for lack of a better word. Anyway, getting carried away here. Lots of people felt good about the community as a reason to come back, and that feels good. Sleeping aid. You know, once I put this survey up, Lucky himself came to me and said, sleeping aid? Really? It does continue to feel like a bit of a joke answer here, but it keeps being the answer for a lot of people. There are too many answers to this, and also far too many specific answers backing it up for me to ignore it. I don't think I'm really going to change what I do specifically because of that, but people want it, people can have it. I wonder if people are specifically referring to the Patrician 4 playlist, or if there are other playlists that people specifically put on for sleeping aid. I don't know. Not sure if I want to know, because again, I'm not gonna. Even if I got a lot of information on exactly what people like about using this as a sleeping aid, I doubt I'm going to make specific sleeping. No, I don't doubt it. I know I wouldn't make specific sleeping aid related content. Ugh, kind of gives me the bad shivers thinking about that. No joke, says Ice Bear. When I can't sleep, I watch The Perfect Hansa. It works perfectly. Hope you have an ad blocker for that one, because the ads would probably get loud and obnoxious. No joke, says Chumro. I passed out last night to Railroad Empire. Slept like a log thanks to it. Sleeping with Jake, says Jagger. Sleeping is against the terms of service for Twitch last time I checked. I think it's the fact that your voice generally doesn't get grating after hours of listening. That's why I can listen to you with a bad headache. I think that's why even with a headache. Good grief. Okay, seeing these kind of answers are getting dangerously uncomfortable, so let's go on to the next question. I added because he's a Paradox developer, or rather because he was a Paradox developer. Had this before, and unsurprisingly it's dropped over time. It used to be 11.6, you can see it here in the middle here. Well, not the middle, well yeah, the middle. And it's dropped down to 8.3%. So go figure, I haven't been a Paradox developer for a couple of years. That would stop being a reason for people. I don't know if I mentioned why I put this in during the previous survey analysis, but it seems a good, even if I did, let's go over it again. So at one point during my Paradox career, I was asked within the company if my channel had grown due to me working with the company. So was my work at Paradox causing more people to come to the channel or grow it from that? Now, I don't know if this is a question that I was being asked in just for small talk, or if it was something a bit more insidious, or like I was being felt out. Are you taking advantage of your position here to grow something off? I don't think it would be that insidious, but you never know, do you? I didn't, but let's not go too far down that rabbit hole. The point is, it did make me curious. Was that something that was a factor? And it turns out that it's fairly insignificant. And not only that, but it really correlates with the previous question we asked. We asked people why did they come to the channel in the first place. There were people that saw me in the Paradox streams or heard I was a developer. So it correlates there, and I'm pretty sure there are people who are under the impression that I do still work there. So this seems like an astute opportunity to say, once again, I left Paradox in 2019 to pursue my streaming as a full-time career, and while we're at it, I should also say I left on good terms, and I still meet up with the old Paradox crew on occasion, and that usually revolves around whiskey, or beaches, or barbecue. Thankfully, it's not been something that's been set upon by a lot of rumours, but I'd rather just nip that one in the bud. Whilst we're going off on tangents, right, who else gets those dreams that they're back at work for a company that they've left behind? Because I get those all the time. I get those for Paradox, I get them for my old security gig, and I definitely get the ones where I'm back in university. Now that's an epidemic. Why do I have to submit these things? I didn't care about them when I was in university. Why give me the dreams? Nasty. Well, actually, I'm more surprised by Zaramus saying that he doesn't have those, but he has them for going back to school. The horror. Yeesh. Yeah, it is weird, but everybody gets them. It's just... It's particularly strange, because I end up going like, didn't I quit this? Why am I back here? I'm meant to be a streamer. Okay, again, off on tangents here. There were custom responses here. There were quite a lot of them. In fact, one of them nicely sticks out here. Not an arse. That was last time we had it, though. Many of the custom responses that I did have, though, touched on similar things around here. There's a lot of people bringing up that it's a calm environment. I'm really happy with a lot of people bringing up that there was a lot of there's a lack of political and current event talks. I don't make a big thing about no current event talks around here. I just don't do it, and thankfully that filters down into the channel. Well, I do say no politics. There's a lot going on in the world, but there's always a lot going on in the world. And you know what? This is the one place that nobody should have to care at all about it. I don't want to hear it. This is a place for games. Let's keep it that way. And you know, one thing I didn't see was people going, I wish there was more talk about politics and current events on this stream. You want that? Go and nag your aristocrat, aka True Leveler, aka Jeremy Corbyn for that, because I don't want to touch it with a 50-foot barge pole. There was one person who said the reason that they come back to channel is because Jake isn't Dutch, and I'm glad you noticed. And there was one in particular that made me burst out loud with laughter, and I think I've got it here. Here we go. There was an American Twitch viewer who said, and I quote, word for word, "You don't swear. Thank you. I can watch you while my kids are nearby and not dread every word. They do now know what bollocks are, though, so thanks." Well, I need to direct this to this esteemed American viewer, and I don't know who it is. I just know that there was an American viewer who chimed in with this one. The word bollocks has multiple meanings, obviously, but when I use it, it means nonsense. This was even defended in court when the Sex Pistols had to defend... I don't know if it was the Sex Pistols specifically or a music shop place, when they had "never mind the bollocks." Bollocks means nonsense in this context, and that is something the courts have enshrined. This explanation is bollocks, says Kelpa. Brilliant. Righto. Is there another meaning? Absolutely. The dog's bollocks, after all, which means the best around, or high quality. I also want to give a shout out to the 9 people in the survey who specifically said that whiskey advice is a reason they come to the channel. And I'm going to pull out a particular quote from a long-time Polish viewer. You know what, I can say these quotes, but isn't it better if I actually just find them so that we can all read them together? Otherwise I could just be making up these quotes, couldn't I? That's not how we do things. Let's go to the full responses here, bring it up, and do a search for this one. Excellent. Wait, no, that isn't it at all. Or is it? It is that one. Excellent, great. I knew there was only one instance of Penderyn here. So he chose some of the multiple choice ones and then said, "Excellent whiskey reviews. I knew I wanted to try Penderyn Sherrywood when I watched that one, and it is so. So damn good, thank you. Well, to our 26 to 35-year-old male Polish viewer from very long ago, I must congratulate you on your excellent choice of whiskey, Pindarin. You're not going to like Pindarin if you don't like sweet or fruity things, but if you do, you can seldom get better whiskey. Whiskey doesn't come up a lot in this survey. I do slightly regret not doing more whiskey reviews, but the fact of the matter is I haven't been drinking much lately. When I worked at Paradox, roughly every other Tuesday I would go out to the whiskey bar, and that would give me plenty of stuff to work with. But I almost never drink at home, despite an overwhelming supply of whiskies, many of which I haven't drank yet. So the best way that you can help with this is come over here so I have some company to drink with, then we'll have some smashing whiskey and maybe even make a whiskey review together. How does that sound? Probably not great because traveling is hard, but I need to at least extend the offer. Recht. I am just filled with tangents today, but that's okay. It's fine if we have a stream that's a bit more chaotic like this, especially since it's going to aggravate the Germanic viewers who want a lot more solid numbers and percentages to work with, and instead they get this kind of fuzzy stuff. But streaming is fuzzy, and the community is fuzzy, and so too will be the results that we have here. Have you got a sense of how many put in gambling for the weekly one shot? Oh, good point. We haven't... I don't think that was something I was specifically looking for when I was checking through for that, but let us investigate that. Can we get back to the sheet itself here? Did I make a separate thing for... No, we didn't, so I will just grab this, add a new sheet, paste that in, delete the first one, expand, make everything darker, because when I read spreadsheets, I hate all this white in my face. I make it grey so that it's not as painful in the eyes. I've never liked bright lights, and that is so much more the case ever since getting my eyes zapped. Wouldn't really call it much of a downside, but something to consider. What was the question anyway? Why are we here? How many people for gambling? Gambling has come up only 6 times. Gambling with channel points, gambling on weekly one-shot, gambling, and gambling. I wonder if we have different ones for points. Just a couple ones that say the channel points one. And I guess the last thing is, does anyone bring up vote swingers? They don't. So no, not a ton of gambling being the reason that people come back. There is a specific question later on that's going to touch on the channel points, so if you have more questions about that, that is an astute time for it. But now we can move on, I think. This takes up so much of my screen real estate. I have to jump between windows to get this, but jump I shall. Okay, time for the heaviest hitting one on the ego. What do you dislike the most about Jake's Twitch or YouTube channels? So this is where things are going to start to get real humbling for me. It would be nice to make this whole survey just very self-gratifying, but it would be improper not to gauge what people dislike on the channel and do my level best to address them. In fact, this is where you get the most useful and actionable section of all the answers, because just hearing about all the good things leaves very little imperative for improvement. But reading through 2,600 entries of criticism is rough on anyone. Still, let's get to it. And I think I made it a forced response, so everybody had to say something here. There were people that copped out and said NA, NA, not applicable, but I'm not here to hear that. I am actually here, not for the roasting, right? I get plenty of that in punishment games, but this is to see what can be done to improve the channel. There'll certainly be things that I'm like, yeah, maybe you don't like that, but that isn't going to change, but I can't be that hard-headed about all of it. So, without further ado, do I actually have this on my lists here? Discovery, favorite, favorite. You know, I don't. So rather than just stare at this the whole time whilst I formulate my thoughts on it, why don't we make one for it? Come on, bring back sheet itself. There we go. Oh, did I see arrogance there? Arrogant taunting of lesser plebs is something that brings people... I missed that on the first time around. I'll go figure, there was a lot of reading going through this. I've been doing nothing but reading this for the past 24 hours aside from sleeping. But that's okay. People take the time to write these in. I will take the time to read them. Let's take that one in. Sort it A to Z, because that lets me group together similar comments like the not applicables. Scroll down to a random point. Not that we're going to tackle that, I'm going to tackle some notes that I made on the matter. This is probably the most reading you've done thus far this year. No, we did plenty of reading in Rune Factory, if that even counts, since it's in Japanese. Well, actually, no, this has probably been more raw reading rather than time spent. Okay, what do we have here, though? We have the schedule. The schedule makes quite a few mentions here. In the 2019 survey results, there were 129 complaints in this section relating to my lack of schedule. Now, back then I didn't have a schedule, and as I mentioned before, it was a recurring joke on the channel that I ever would have a schedule. Well, that I stick to at least. Now, since going full-time, I have held a fairly consistent streaming schedule, but it's a dangerous thing to just point in that and say, I have a schedule now, no more complaints about the schedule, because although I have it, it's not perfect, evidently, because it came up 44 times in this things you dislike about the channel. Most of them are voicing a warranted displeasure at how the schedule can be erratic and change with short notice. Now, personally, I am happy that I have a schedule that I stick to, but I can see how the fact that I have a schedule and sometimes don't stick to it can be even more frustrating than not having a schedule at all. It means people that, God forbid, actually make plans around wanting to tune into streams can just end up really annoyed when their evening is dashed or whenever by it not happening. So that frustration resonates with me, so I think I'll make an extra effort to work on the schedule. It's too easy to rest on the laurels and say I've already got it, so I think the best thing I can do here is make sure that I always have my schedule updated a week in advance. Currently I'm pretty lazy, I usually only do it on the Monday and Tuesday for the week. That can't be rock solid. My life does change at times, and things will have to change sometimes without much notice, like today's weekly one-shot. Still feeling the guilt on that one. But I can try harder, right? And try harder I certainly should do. In fact, this is me just telling you that it happened, but let's actually get some credence on it. Oh, there were a lot of mentions about the schedule not working with people's time zones. Yeah, we've already covered that. I can't really... it's not that I can't, but I won't really change that one. Here we go, last minute changes to the schedule. My own schedule makes it difficult to watch as much as I like. Some people put in this. Some people said there's no schedule. That's not true. There is a schedule, but I can't just dismiss it like that. What this means is that there are people who are not aware of that there's a schedule or that it's not visible on the schedule. Later on, there was a great point about what I can do with the schedule, and I'll get to that one. But this tells me that it's either not visible enough, or it's... well, I guess that's what it is. It's not visible enough, because it does exist. Move it to a better time zone, that's all people want. So if I move to Japan, is that going to be better for people? I don't think so. Normally the schedule on Twitch only has what he has streamed, not when he's going to stream. Again, that's strange, because it does show future streams. Maybe it doesn't look like that's what it's going to be. It even has a countdown until the next stream, so... that I'm unsure of. There are improvements to be made here, but there's also some parts here that I don't quite understand myself. Here we go, just schedule. Schedule being more of a possibility than a guarantee, probably a guarantee. Seems inconsistent as of late. Anytime I'm inconsistent, I do feel the pain of that. Especially during summer. I have summer tax when the days are really nice and I just have to go out instead of staying in and streaming, but I should do better to keep my schedule updated and make it more visible. Anyway, that's the kind of thing that I go, okay, it's certainly improved over 2019, but there's still improvements to be made. There were two personal criticisms that I read, and they felt like shots through the heart on how much they resonated with me. It was frustration and giving up. And that's a heavy one to burden, but I have to address it. I can't stand watching streams where the player vents their frustrations, and it does make me want to close the stream immediately. So if I have people saying that same thing about my content, that hits hard, and I'm going to have to take that one to heart. I know there are times when I've gotten overly frustrated with the game, and I also know that that's not like me. So I need to keep that in mind more. It's one thing to play a game that I hate and say, my god, I hate this game for all these following reasons. That's not frustration. Frustration is when I'm more like, and even acting it out in the game. And that's, that I gotta keep in mind. The giving up is also a tough one. I hate dropping a series. I hate leaving a series or a game unfinished. It leaves a bad taste in some... Oh yeah, oxygen not included. There we go on frustration. God, yes. And Ace Combat 7. A frustrating game, sure, but it got to me more than it really should have. But about the unfinished ones, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth when I leave games unfinished in the in my runs. It's disappointing for me. I can only imagine it's disappointing for others. I remember reading one time, somebody said, oh my god, I was invested in Carthage Chaos and you dropped it, how dare you? It's like, I do feel bad on that, I certainly do. Not always though, sometimes it's for the better. Rants 5D, for example, god-awful game. I should have dropped that earlier than I did. But in other cases I give up way too early and don't see things through. The one that sticks for me most is Dino Crisis. I was right at the end of the game. Why didn't I finish it? I got overly frustrated with the game and losing to the time limit, and I just ended it there. It would have taken like 30 or 60 minutes to finish it off. Why didn't I? I remember at the time thinking, I've got the perfect cop-out here. I'll tell people that if they want to see the end, they should play through it themselves. Pathetic. Shouldn't be doing that. So, it's good that I get this kind of kick in the face from this kind of questionnaire, because it's easy to go, oh yeah, I got my faults, but things are good, so let's ignore those. No, this is, even though it can feel like a bit of a self-roast, is great to tackle. Also, we've seen the same things here. Let's scroll down to something else. Maybe not that one, though, because it mentions Patrician 4. Patrician 4 is too perfect to criticize here. Jake, I don't remember if I put this in the survey, but I'm always a bit frustrated when Let's Play votes aren't on the schedule. Also, there's Twitch's built-in schedule, which you don't use. Might confuse people. Twitch's built-in schedule is terrible. I don't like using it. It's really inflexible as well. The problem is Twitch really like to use their own tools, or at least have them more prominent than external tools. Twitch even hid a lot of the extra things that you put under the stream. I'm not happy with that. I should look into a better solution, but Nix has made a really good calendar. It's just that Twitch doesn't like to show it. I need to figure something out there. Jake, do all these spreadsheets make you giddy? Oh, I do like a good spreadsheet, and I've got plenty of them here thanks to this survey. Let's move on though, there are plenty of other things to address here. And the next one's a weird one. So playlists came up over a dozen times in this. There are lots of different ones, and a dozen might not seem so much given that there were 2,600. But just the fact that playlists came up were bizarre to me. Almost every stream, again, I like to give background to these kinds of things, because there are going to be people watching that have been around for a few months, as well as people who have been around for years. So let's give full context here. Whenever I do a stream on Twitch, it goes onto YouTube over 99% of the time. The only times it doesn't happen is if there's some kind of malfunction, and even then I usually have a backup. Sometimes there's copyright issues, but very rarely. But just about everything goes onto YouTube. And of the things that go onto YouTube, almost all of them belong to a playlist, which I do keep updated and I do sort. I keep them ordered, I keep them maintained, and I've even gone back to very old ones to make sure the listings are accurate. Somebody pinged me just in the past week to tell me that part of my, I think it was the Mazab playlist was out of order. Fixed it within 2 minutes. Lovely. I even went through and I numbered all my weekly one-shots and my punishment games from 1 to 180. So I'm actually quite proud of the playlists that I have, but still, playlists came up here. In fact, let's get some specific quotes about the playlist. I didn't make note of those, did I? I just made note that playlists were something. YouTube playlists are terribly organized and lacking. Sometimes navigating YouTube channel remains somewhat confusing, although the playlists helped a lot. Okay, well, there's the counter there. Began using playlists. Since he began using playlists, not much. Oh, not much in terms of things going wrong here. Put old stuff in playlists. But they are in playlists? Almost all of my old stuff is. Playlists aren't available on some older series. Again, I'm quite certain I got them all. organization of playlists is something that somebody really doesn't like. Not sure if it's YouTube or the way videos put together, but it can be somewhat extraordinarily hard to go back and find Jake video I remember watching. Again, in my head, the playlists are sorted out really well, but the fact that people disagree either means they're not sorted out as well as I thought, or there's something unclear about it, and I'd like to know more about that, because that's frustrating. The playlists are a mark of pride for me, so I want to make sure that they are well... let's get away from nothing, that's bad for the ego. Hold on, we all saw that. I know we all saw that. There we go. Right, there is something that I thought of here, and it might be that there are too many playlists. I checked, and I have 166 playlists. Unfortunately, YouTube, I don't think, has an option for making playlists of playlists, so I can't sort my EU4 ones together, although they should be alphabetically kept together, so I don't know. I do not know what the issue is there. But I'm keen to know, if you were one of the people that put down playlists, hit me up, direct message me, call me out wherever, and just tell me what it is. I'm keen to know, because I like having good organized playlists. I like finding good organized playlists. You ever find a YouTube video, and we're like, this is amazing, I want more of it, and you just can't find them grouped together? That's the frustration I try to avoid on my channel. Okay, I've gone on too much about playlists. Let's go on. There were a lot of mentions of specific games or game genres on this list. I bet if I just search for the word lewd, there we go. Lewd games, not my style. Sorry to put on my social justice hat, but sometimes below the line, not the biggest fan of lewd games when they get rapey. The lewd games, the lewd games, the lewd... So some people don't like the lewd games. What if we put in boring? There are some boring games. Boring games like trucking. Some games are boring to me. Some games can be a tad boring. I took the knife to these and generally went, don't care, to these criticisms. There are lots of different kinds of games on the channel, and the fact that some people don't like them is good. It's great, even. Right? I can't have things that people really like without having things that people absolutely do not like, and the lines between which those are blur and bend and completely distort between different people. So, thanks for putting in this, but it's also not something that that is going to guide my thoughts in any way. I guess maybe if every single response was, I don't like the lewd games, but I know people do like them, so what would I even do with that? I like them, right? Erotic content in games might be taboo, but I still think it makes for interesting games, so we will still have them. Rants and Kamidori are not only erotic games, but they are the... they're like the top strategy games around. They are so good. You cannot demerit the strategic element of those games just because they have erotic content. I'm not asking you to like them, but I would not decry them for that. Wait, can you organize playlists and lists, or is it automatically done by YouTube? I should look into that one. I should look into that if there's a better way to organize the playlists on YouTube. Because I don't browse YouTube that much as a consumer, so I'm not all that familiar with it. I should look into that, but that's exactly what I have these kinds of things for. Right, there was one particular comment here. What was it? Somebody said that lewd content streams cultivate a viewer base that they don't want to associate with. Can I find that one here? Was that the one? No, I don't think that was. Here we go. Lewd content streams, even if they're modified to be viewer-friendly, they're not my style of games, and I think those streams have the potential to cultivate a viewer base that I don't want to associate with. That's kind of one where I have to say, there's your personal preference that I'm not really willing to change things for, because evidently it makes something that some people really do like. Some people really don't like them as well. It's not like this is a lewd content only channel, but I feel the need to defend games with erotic content quite a bit, because they get such a bad track record when there's so many good games out there. And I love all games. It feels terrible to just dismiss a whole bunch of them because of XYZ in them. Right, everything's had their things on the beating track. It was rock and roll, right? Once upon a time. Now nobody bats an eye at it. Okay, there's still more. I see you there, Bane. We'll get there at the end. The length of the videos, they come up here quite a bit as well, but they're in two opposite camps that I cannot reconcile. There were a lot of people saying that they want their streams to be chopped up more from anything to 20 minutes to 2 hours, and on the other hand there were a lot of comments saying that their least favourite thing was having the subscription updates spammed with 20 plus videos of the same series. So I personally prefer the longer videos, and it's the lesser of two evils in my view, so we're going to have to continue to displease fans of short videos there. It's also something that comes up specifically in a future question, so let's shelve that one for now. Here's one that shot me here. Degrading quality of weekly one-shots. Wasn't there one specifically that said degrading? That's the word I used in my notes here. No. Maybe I'm imagining that in my head as being the terminology, but that's the feeling that I got from it. Degrading quality of weekly one-shot did come up a few times, and it's a tough pill to swallow. There have been some weekly one-shots lacking in tension, due to being like Let's Play requests in disguise or being far too easy, but I also don't think that that's a recent problem. Challenge streams are always really difficult to gauge, and a live stream doesn't have the magic of post-production to make things seem more exciting than they are. There will be lackluster weekly one-shots, and there will be more tense ones. I think the thing here is that people are remembering fondly runs like Dead Space, Oblivion, Majora's Mask, and Left 4 Dead, and they feel that there hasn't been anything quite as tight or tense in a while. There's a greater challenge there, even with a community the size that we have right now. Vetting these challenges is challenging. We need people that know the games, and for the people that know them to have the time to vet them. I love the weekly one-shot, and I do want it to be as high quality as possible in regards to the runs. So I do think there's some potential there for figuring out a process to work on this. For example, I could flag a weekly one-shot as something that is upcoming, and people that know the game could see that and go, oh, about the challenge, I know the game really well, and it's too easy or too lax or too tight. Maybe you should consider this instead. I will consider a way to do that. I don't want it to be too streamlined a process, but there should definitely be a way for people to know that a weekly one-shot is upcoming, and if they're invested in it and know the game, can chime in on it. Still, there'll always be hit or misses, so I don't want to make things too manufactured, right? Part of it is that sometimes out of nowhere we get a great run. Hard to say. But it happens every week, aside from evidently this week, so there will be good and there will be bad. How about back-seating? Did back-seating come up much here? 13 times on the back-seating. Now that Max is no longer back-seating, hey, the magic wand worked. Some mods took it upon themselves to back-seat and help the godless win lobby. Was that a monkey paw wish or what? I wonder if this is the same person that when I gave them the magic wand question last time, they said, I would like Max to stop back-seating, but I need a bigger magic wand for that. I have the power to check that, but I'm not going to check it now. That's far too minor a thing to come in. Catan says, yes, it was me. Shouldn't reveal who you are. GDPR. Well, that's your choice to do so. Back-seating doesn't come up too much. Some people back-seating the weekly one-shot, for example. I think the points getting involved there made it a bit more touchy, but I kind of like that. It adds an extra spice to it. It gives the lobbies more to be contentious against each other over, and in a way that drives the drama of the weekly one-shot and adds to it in a way that I find personally enjoyable. I'm sure some don't, but I'm afraid I do. Rigged bets, come on, it depends on how much back-seating the mods allow. The mods have earned that sword. I don't take the word impunity lightly. They get their sword, they can do with it as they will. It takes a lot to break a sword. You have to, well, let's not get into the things that have broken swords. There have been a few. Right, there's still more to pick away from this. The self-roast continues on. I've lost my place in my own notes about that one as well, because I did take note on them. Right, there were some things that came up in the section that, even though they were isolated or infrequent, were really brilliant. There was a long-standing Hong Kong viewer that pointed out that my YouTube page is really outdated and, more importantly, doesn't feature my schedule whatsoever. And I remember thinking, you know that bit in The Simpsons where Hank Scorpio goes, hammocks, why didn't I think of that? I had that moment with this. It's like, yeah, I have a terrible habit of treating YouTube really badly. I mean, I put my videos there for posterity, but beyond that I don't really give it much love. Why don't I have my schedule on YouTube? Makes perfect sense. Plenty of people come here from YouTube. I've even had a lot of people going, I didn't even know you had a Twitch channel. Like, So, I think this was also the only Hong Kong viewer, so thank you very much to you for pointing out that it's not featured there at all, at least the only viewer that filled in my survey. That was excellent feedback. Just one response in a pool of 2,600, but I remember reading that going, my god, and I checked to see if anybody else had brought it up. They hadn't, and I went, great, I'll endeavour to fix that. Well, I've got a couple of days coming off, I'll see what I can do there. There was also a young Czech man, old Czechoslovakia or the Czech Republic, I don't know, but they pointed out that the thumbnails for my longer series don't have numbers on them, and that made them a pain to follow on YouTube. And I felt that pain because I've actually been rewatching quite a bit of the State of Decay 2 Dark Side run, because it's really good. But I kept getting lost on it because I wasn't following the playlist. I'd usually get like sidetracked onto watching it. And the numbers aren't on the thumbnails, and that's really annoying. You don't know if you're going back or forth until you click on it. I tried to find a solution to this before. The solution should not be copying and pasting numbers onto each of them constantly, because that is horrible, but I'm pretty sure there's an automated way to do it. I remember looking into it, I remember going, oh, this is a little complicated, shelved it and never looked back to it. So thanks for the reminder that I need to get back on that. So this is exactly the great kind of actionable things that I see on this, so great. In fact, come to think of it, see those people that were saying the playlists were in shambles? That might be what they were talking about, not having numbers on them whatsoever, because if you have the Patrician 4 playlist, it's all the same image again and again. That must be hell to go through if you're not going through playlists, and I know a lot of people don't go through playlists, because the playlist itself has a viewer count, and that's never as much as there are viewers for the videos. Interesting. Ramao says it can be done in Python very quickly. Fantastic. Direct message me with how to do it, and I can get right on that. It would be a big help for me and for this young Czech individual. Right, that's a lot of roasting going on there, so I'm going to end on a lighter note for this one. The number of Brazilians that was a point of displeasure was only that for 10 respondents. And one Canadian respondent specifically said that their least favourite thing on the stream was the flippant racism against Brazilians. I'm sorry, buddy, but you're on the losing side 10-1. I know that Bane was also asking about sexism and racism. We don't really seriously go into those on the channel much at all, but if you're curious about it, let's find out how many people feel that way. Sexism comes up a staggering 2 times. Sexism in chat, and the occasional sexism unhappy face. This is something I'm really insensitive towards, and also not something I'm very kitted out for dealing with, so I don't have anything relevant that I can really say on the matter. The next one was racism, a lot closer to my heart, but it only comes up 5 times here. Casual racism. Casual racism is not cool. Sometimes flippant racism, that's the laughing at poor Brazilians thing. Is it really racist to be laughing at poor Brazilians when time and time again they have displayed their poorness in various ways? The faux nationalism or racism gets a bit much. Doesn't happen as often these days. And the people in chat the people in chat take Jake's tongue-in-cheek racism and or bigotry seriously. Bigotry? In total, the racism and sexism has only come up 7 times. It's a dangerous one because it can feel bad to say, well, it's so few times, let's sweep it up under the carpet. But on the other hand, you could say, no, this should be taken seriously. But on the other hand, isn't it really tiring when people tell you this is a big issue, and you're like, is it really though? We can say empirically that it is not a big issue. It might be a big issue for some people, but evidently it's not for most. So I'm in a hard spot there, and if it's not evident enough already, my mind is really not in tune with the current social woes of the world, so I don't feel that I am equipped at all to address these kinds of things. So I won't. What I will do, though, is move on to the next thing, unless people are asking about more things that they don't like in this. Mort specifically asks how many people don't like the Weebery. Weeb comes up 69 times, but I doubt it's all that serious, because the first one I got here is the insane amount of weebs /S, which I'm inclined to believe means not serious. Insufficient Weebery. Oh, insufficient. Jake's closeted Weebery. Huge fan of the Weeb lobby in chat. Not enough Oh, come on, chat. We know not to spout memes around here. Not enough Weeb games. Not really into the Weeb things. I can understand other people like it, so that's a thing. Right. Perfect. That's the kind of level-headed response I'm more looking for. Right? Yeah, you might not like the Weeb games, but do try to understand that there are people who do really like it. Then again, this is the perfect time for people to say, yes, my least favourite thing is the Weebery. But again, this isn't something that's going to stop there being Weebery on the channel. My own closeted weebiness does come out every now and then, although I do try to keep the padlock on that one. In fact, I'm not even sure how weeby I am measuring up all things. I don't really watch much anime. I've watched some anime. I watched quite a bit of it in university because I found a really good website for getting it at good quality on my crummy laptop back in the day, but maybe a couple dozen at most. I read manga, again, not all that much, and certainly not much in the way of mainstream stuff. And weeby games, I like all games. I mean, you might as well say that I'm as much a weeb as I am a Germanic, so I don't know. I think weeb is... Your weeb is more about how much you show it off. Max is an enormous weeb, TBW is a tiny weeb, so... I don't know. I think it's getting a little too much like a witch hunt when it comes to this weebery. Even the word is a little... Ugh. Anyway, it's not something that I'm worried about altogether. Was there anything else that people were after here? Jake, speaking of feeling fuzzy inside, any complaints about the furries? This is kind of going under the same thing with the weebiness. Why do you hate furries? Question mark. See if I just check for fur. I think it's being used as parts of other words. Okay, no real caring about the furries here. So people hate the furries like the weebs about 60 times as much of the as the furries here. How about the Dutch? Well, you know, this is the time for it, so let's bring it up. The Dutch come up 9 times, but that doesn't mean they hate the Dutch. It might be that they hate the oppression of the Dutch. Oh, wait, no. The amount of weebs and Dutch in the chat. Honestly, though, the criticism is da-da-da-da-da, and this is about the length of things. So this is why you shouldn't just take the number that you search for to heart. This is why I read these, and not just take the numbers. Although reading these took a long time. The Dutch audience, just kidding. The Dutch viewers, I also missed a stream due to the schedule, da-da-da-da-da. I doubt any people here seriously dislike the Dutch. Maybe these two do, but they might be Belgians. Too much love for the Dutch. Cribbins. Okay, is there anything else that we have to see here? I'm not seeing it, so we're going to move on. This has already gone on for 3 hours, and I'm not even halfway through, so let's try and pick up the... Well, no, nothing's saying we have to pick up the pace. Wait, cripes, I need to do some cooking today. I can cook at midnight. Right, what do we have? Been a long time since we come back to this sheet as well. Right, after the ego blow that was the last series of questions, I realized that I didn't really compare this so much about what came up last time. That's just a little bit too much. Like, that compounds all the stuff I have to compare to here. I would say if you want to do that, you should watch the 2019 survey thing as well. I did all this in a day, so unfortunately I didn't get much comparison between these 2,600 responses and these 2,800. In any case, next up, what do you like the most? So a good way to soothe my poor broken and beating ego from that last one. Oh, right. And that's not just because there were some responses that were just quotes of the Twitch chat rules. Do I have those here? Did I make a list of just things that you liked from it? I didn't, so I'm going to make one now. Or will I just cut away from here? Don't worry, we got the time here. What do you like most? Bring that in. Google Sheets is good, isn't it? But what are they doing with all this data? Maybe we can turn Google itself racist. Alright, have we got it here? Now I think we do. Search for Weebery here. Let's do the searches after I've checked my own notes here. Righto. So there was a great one. Where is it? Where is it? I think if I look for cancer... Here we go. Here we go. Cancer coming up 19 times. And somebody just put in a quote from my chat rules. Emote spamming, panicking, posting in all caps, endless memes, and other hallmarks of cancerous etiquette are forbidden here. I just love it, they say. Next person puts in the same thing. In fact, they just put in a longer version of it where it starts with, this channel is meant to be an oasis in the septic tank that is live streaming culture. There have been some slight changes to the wording here over the time, but the core of it is very, very important to me. Actually, I wonder more about how it feels for other people, because I don't go to many other streams, but when I do, I just have to close the Twitch chat, because it's full of all the things I listed here. When I first figured out what I wanted to do with my streams, I made a big list of don'ts, and it was this stuff right here. Jake doesn't bait the panickers anymore. You're right, I don't, but we kind of have it structured differently for how I start my streams. I used to take the stream down and put it back up again, but I stopped doing that because I didn't need to. I'm kind of trying to remember why I did so before. Maybe it was a music-related thing, probably. Cancer, cancer, cancer. The absence of Twitch cancer. The cancer-free chat. The cancer-free streams. Cancer. Chat is not a cancerous, unreadable mess. There are a lot of ones to that degree, and that does help me with the beaten ego from the last question, because it's vindication for the setup that I have here. But that's not just what we're here for. What do we have here, though? We've got some top rankers. There were 266... what did I have here? Hang on, I made a note for 226 of something, but what was it? Yes, that was it. It was weird because I made a note that humor came up as what you like the most for 226 people, but it was only coming up 194 times. It's because there were two different spellings for it. The different spelling for the American one. No, that was for humor. What was it I found here? There we go. Man, I must have been getting really tired when making a note on this one. Right, let's try that again. Variety came up 226 times as what people like the most about the channel. Granted, that's only about 10% of the entries here, but that puts it far and away as one of the most frequent things that come up here. And that I like because this is a variety stream. Always has been, and likely always will be. I can't begin to imagine how people maintain their sanity when all they stream is the one same game over and over again, like these Minecraft streamers or Dota streamers. People keep coming back for it. There's certainly an audience for it, but mental health would degrade, to put it in a more PC way of how I'd handle that. So the variety is there. People find that as their favorite thing. Fantastic. Humor also came up, as I was saying, and that came up 361 times. So that again coincides with people before that said the reason they come back is for the humor. And another thing that really is heartwarming for me is chat interaction. Interaction coming up a total of almost 100 times as this one. See if we can pull out some quotes for this one. Chat interaction, strict moderation, 2 for the price of 1 there, from decent mods and decent taste in games. Look at that, decent mods. So many people complaining about the mods around here. It's good to have people that actually accept that it is thanks to the brutal modship that we have around here that things can go as well as they do. There are a whole lot of different entries here, and the entries here largely reflect what we saw in the 2019 survey. It's also reassuring to know that what most people like here, how to phrase it though, What people like the most that they said previously is still being shown here, so it kind of shows a lack of attrition for people, or rather that people stick around for longer, and that feels good. It's nice to have regulars around. I get that that can feel intimidating for people wanting to join in to the community as a whole. It's like, oh, all these people seem to know each other. It feels awkward to step in. You just got to make that jump, because that's how people become regulars and get to know each other. Of course, you can still lurk, and lurking, as I often say, is the highest form of life. We had Pepper cited as a least favourite thing. Do we have any specific viewers cited as a most favourite? Well, let me turn your question into another question. Who do you want to search for? I was that guy for 5 years, says Fish Lips, the eternal lurker, now with his own sword. People want to look to see if Pepper... Oh, but this is just going to be bad for people that don't show up, except... Oh, no, when Pepper gets banned for enabling emote-only mode. Sorry, but JJ Ho-Ho didn't come up. Dark Young's a hard one to put in. I'd have to find every instance of dark. Dark humor, dark sense of humor, dark humor, dark humor. Is it really that dark? Oh my days. Okay, well, we found it. We've got to read this one. I remember reading this one and thinking, should I put this one in my notes for citing later on? Nah, it's a bit much. But if it's coming out this naturally, well... Second bottle of water down. I believe the clip from State of Decay 2, Lethal Darkside Episode 2, where chat just voted to help Twink Fox Asher to the hereafter with a bullet through the skull illustrates why I appreciate the content as well as the community. Character voice, you're going to a better place. Instant gleeful laugh from Jake, followed by, a better place? Furries don't go to heaven. That's why it's heaven. Terrific moment. I've actually rewatched that moment because I really enjoyed it. And evidently it really worked well for this person as well. And we need to find out who is this person with incredibly good taste. I don't think it likes when I search for that many. Here we go. Why it's heaven. Who has the gall to say such thing? Why? It's one of your most beloved nations, Swedish. Oh, come on, at least I'm not Danish. So keep in mind, the Swedes... That's what the Swedes go for, evidently. Ha ha ha, that's what's in dislike. Sure. Jake, this is what comes under humour in the responses. Ah. Fascinating. No, that's not what we're looking for. This is back what we're looking for. I was going through dark, but now we've been set off on a tangent. Was there anything else I had down on this one? Yes, I do. There was a viewer from glorious Lithuania, and let's see if we can find their quote here. Community... What was there? Dash afterwards? Here we go. That was it. So our beloved viewer from Lithuania, I'm going to assume they're from Vilnius, because I went to Vilnius and really liked it, so I'd like to think positively of them for that. The community, it is big enough for comments and Twitch chat to be active, but small enough for it to not just be random spam, and it's taken a lot to keep it like that, because even when you start getting to a few hundred people, spam is hard to avoid. Anyway, a lot of the time it feels like I'm not just watching Jake, but Jake and his chat support crew, including Dark Young, Mysterious BR, Helden, etc. I don't think Dark Young or Helden are going to like being called chat support crew. Oh, but the feeling is there, right? And it's a feeling that I really like to cultivate here. It really strikes true with me. It's exactly what I hope for here in a vindication of keeping viewers at a manageable level. Maybe not necessarily viewers, but the general clutter based around it. Remember, we had 1,000 people in for Plants vs. Zombies, and things were still legible. With the support my back seems to offer, I feel that's fair. Right, I want anybody who watches, and I do mean anybody watching, to feel that they can step up and be part of the action too, if they want to, not forcing their hand on that one. And that is whether they've been around for months, years, or days. So, how the Lithuanian writer feels is something I'd be happy that everybody felt. Obviously, not everyone will feel that way. Not everybody wants to get involved. Some people, I actually found comments relating to that they actually felt a little uncomfortable that it became a bit more of a, like, Jake and Friends show, or just, like, too many people getting involved. But I cast down that opinion. That's a wrong opinion to have. Well, maybe not wrong, but not correct. Anyway, I like the cut of the jib from this Lithuanian. There was. Right, this is one of many kind of quotes coming in, but oh, of course moderation. We get a million different hits. What about strict moderation? Strict moderation for 5 hits? Okay. Well. There was an Aussie. An Aussie wrote in saying, I like the strict moderation and keeping the more annoying aspects of Twitch culture away. And when I read that particular one, it had been said in lots of different ways, but it made me think that when I started this whole streaming lark, I did have this idea in my head that I would handle all the moderation myself. Made sense, I didn't expect there to be many people in. But on top of that, I really hate the feeling of imposing on other people. So handing out, in quotations, work like this felt wrong. And it also meant that if I took care of everything myself, we could have consistency. But the channel did grow, and especially during that time with the Mingle stream, it became clear that that wasn't going to work. So, well, we had viewers that not only took up the mantle of modship, but they make a great display of gaming prowess to get those swords, and they've done an excellent job at keeping the serenity here. So, there's a heartfelt thanks from me to everybody with a sword, whether or not they want to swing it, because it's kind of vindication for how the system works here. What's your opinion on parasocial relationships, says Zaramus. I don't have one because I don't know what parasocial means. And that's as good as you'll get, I'm afraid. I really like the Nancy Mario race in terms of community, says Sanash. Oh god, do we have anybody that put in Mario here? Came up 3 times. Interaction with the community, be it FTL mod games or the mad cackle at watching Mario runs. Can't pick one thing, so 1, high signal to noise ratio. I like the phrasing on that one. Games have complicated systems, make them enjoyable to watch, seem more approachable. 3, the community involvement with things like Nancy Drew or the Mario challenges. There we go. Mario coming up as well, he should. We've got another one here. Now, reading through these is kind of like junk food for the ego. So whilst it was very nice for me to read through all of these, especially after reading all the things that people don't like, felt good, but it's dangerous to get an inflated ego from it, so I gotta keep it all in check. Nonetheless, gonna have another one come in. This one came in from a young Brazilian viewer, and let's get the precise quote in here. There we go. Man, I gotta say, I should have done this before. I should have had all the things here that we can jump between them. It's certainly adding to the runtime here. This is now 4 times longer than the last survey analysis we did, and whilst it might not be all that analytical, I think I hate using the word interesting, but I am interested in reading and sharing these results. I absolutely love how you read every comment and really seem invested in people. I mean, you remembered my name once, even though I only lurk on YouTube and hadn't commented for like 2 years. Hell, even this very survey is awesome and attentive. The mod challenges are also an amazing idea. I still plan to try to complete one when I finish med school in 2.5 years. I think all this is incredibly awesome, and along with all else, of course, it really is a great part of what keeps me coming back all these years. I hope it never changes. Last bit there can get a little shiver down the back-ish, but I do really like this one, despite the pat on the back that it feels like. So firstly, yes, I read every comment. Sometimes it takes a lot of time, but my attitude is that if someone takes the time to write to me, I owe them at least to read what they have to say. Braving the YouTube trenches can be a pain, and every time I log in to check YouTube comments, I always have to dig out spam as well. God, why in God's name does YouTube not have a proper anti-spam filter? Every time it's like a timestamp and a short link to probably some site that wants to hijack your browser. But away from that, I really like the idea that our Brazilian friend here is so invested in the stream that he's starting to think about how he can give back to the community 2.5 years from now. That is touching, and I got to admit, when I read this, when I was going through the everything yesterday, I teared up just a little bit. But that's as emotive as you'll get out of me on that one. Right, is there anything else that people want to check through on this, or can we get away from the opposite of the self-hazing and get on to more of these? When you consider that, I'm going to go and grab yet more water because I'm ploughing through it. Okay, if anything came up, I doubtlessly missed it there. Movesby is asking if DDR is featured on this list. I think you're asking DDR for all of the lists here. DDR is a hard one because it's going to come with DDR Jake, but somebody said that they actually like the DDR content a lot. Other than that, I thought I said I don't really like Jake's personality, but no, it is, I really like it. How touching. Dedication sweat stamped into every DDR stream inspires me a little bit more every time I see one of these uploaded. Quite nicely, there have been other people streaming DDR lately. Pizza, Fish, and even Dr. Afdish of Oorah fame. I was watching that just earlier. It's good stuff. I love watching other people play DDR. Although it's got a big barrier to entry. It's hard to really enjoy it if you don't have a half-decent mat for it. The BRs then. So how many people find Brazilians as their favorite thing? Somebody says his hatred of Brazil... What was that hoarding one? His hoarding addiction. Okay, sure. Jake being downright mean to his viewers, aka banter. Everyone loves this unless they're Brazilian. It is important to make note that this is what banter is. Maybe that doesn't translate well, or some people are more sensitive for it, but I was brought up with the idea of if you can sling it, you should take it. Anybody engaging with the banter should be able to take it themselves, and those that don't engage in the banter shouldn't be subjected to the banter. So if you're not speaking up and making jokes, you're not going to be the butt of jokes. That's how it should work out. It doesn't always work out that way, but that's the general going of it. The Archbishopric of Banter, buddy. Number of Brazilians there actually coming up as someone's favourite, although I can't help but feel that that's something that somebody put in as also their least favourite thing. My joke answer detector is coming off. Here we go, I knew it, I knew I read this entry. Entry 2553. They dislike the Brazilians and they like the Brazilians. Are they just being a funny one here? No, they're being an Estonian, and I have a funny feeling that I know exactly who that is. Regardless, though, the date checks out, especially with the recommendation of Mingles to them, so I know who you are. Return Feke, they even say. Okay, Well, I don't want this to be a finger pointing or witch hunting stream, but I think a few of us know who that is. Okay, let us move on. I do have to cook my dinner at some point today. Okay, next one was a thought-probing one for me. Let's bring it up right here, and we're going to zoom and enhance, because it wasn't something that I asked before. Actually, there's not a lot to enhance here, because it's just a list of nahs. Are there any channel point rewards you wish were available on the stream? I wish I'd elaborated on what this meant, because I got a lot of answers that said, what are channel points? If you only watch on YouTube, then you wouldn't know, but if you watch along on the stream, you will periodically get a currency in stream called channel points, or also known as vote swingers in this channel. They can be used for a bunch of mundane things. In fact, I can pop it up and have it show right here. Here we go. We've got things like unlock a random sub emote, I think it is, highlighting the message. I can put one in right here. There we go. I'm highlighted and also not capitalized. The main things there are really right now is the ability to swing votes, do a points dump, and do a dictator stream. And there we go. Other people resonating with that one. So that's how they work. They're a relatively recent thing. I think they've only been around for the past year and a half, maybe a little longer. Sometimes though I feel like they're underutilized, and I didn't have any great ideas off the top of my head other than the dictator stream. So naturally I went and asked if people had an opinion on that. Fewer than half of the people responded, but why don't we go and have a look at what responses there were, because this one was kind of interesting to me and also kind of humbling to me in a different way. I don't think I set up a specific screen for this one, did I? Discovery, streamers, da-da-da-da. No, it's not, but it's easy enough for me to get. Let's bring up the sheet itself. Oh man, the real meaty topics are not far away. It didn't order this very well, did it? Here we go, channel points. And I'm just going to overwrite all this. Kapow. Get rid of the title bit, stretch it out, put it A to Z. Oh, when I right click it does show that on stream. Interesting. Okay, here we go. So. I'll just scroll to a random point. Yoshi's Island crowd control was a fun one. Yeah, it can be used for crowd control as well. Now that I like. A bit bugged out because people could keep redeeming them, but all part of the fun. Right, so channel points. When they were introduced to Twitch at the time, they seemed like a huge waste of time, like perhaps the biggest waste of time imaginable, but I gotta give credit to Twitch here. They expanded on them and they made them something that I personally really enjoy in the live stream experience. Part of that magic is that the streamer can obviously choose what those rewards are offered up. So take Baron Von Owen's streams. He's really cool because he can have periods of his stream where he changes the language that he speaks or ban people for not speaking French in it, random Russian facts. Those aren't exactly the kind of things I wanted on my channel. I feel like they would detract from the stream a bit much, but it did make me think, is there anything that a lot of people would come and say, oh, I would really be interested in this? What I was looking for from this question was either some standalone great ideas or a lot of people saying the same kind of thing, and then I could go, oh, that's an interesting one that I could bring in. But the thing that came out of it was a little different from what I thought. No Andarius, no Japanese by request. Not until I'm better at it. Right, so about these channel points is that I do think they're great and I do love them. And I assumed that since most viewers that I see going around live, I was under the impression that people also enjoyed them quite a bit too. But when I put this into the survey question, keeping in mind that not everyone had to answer this one, I got a lot of responses here that gave me pause for thought, because a lot of the responses varied from I don't care about channel points to channel points can naff off. And one really damning one that I saw was... Here we go. I don't really care. Yeah, I don't care really. It kind of goes against what your stream is about. And I'm so glad I heard that one. because it really made me stop and go, whoa, 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 I'm getting a bit too excited here, right? For the longest time on this stream, we've not had follows and subscribers ping up on the screen, causing a sound effect and a visible thing on the screen. We've not had all these cookie things that distract the stream, and I've really been happy about that. But I was in a real danger of being so enamored by channel points, probably because they're involved with gambling, and I love gambling, and kind of going against that spirit with that. So I only... Oh, who even said this, right? I need to personally thank them here. Who was it? We've got an Australian male who came in for the EU4 gameplay and has been around for about 4 years or so. Thank you for catching me there before I went off on off the deep end there. Not that I was looking for the most bombastic of uses here, but it was a great way to ground the decisions I make, and that's really why, well, it's a big part of why I'm doing this kind of survey here. What did that actual top response say? What do you mean by top response? The one we had at the very top? The one that just says 1? If you mean top responses in what was the most common one, there's not really one of those, because it's all, well, okay, there's no, and nope, and not really. But there was an overwhelming sentiment here of either I don't care, or isn't this a little going against the grain of it? No, the one that was actual words. Not just a dash or something. An option called Notice Me Senpai that times the person out for 10 minutes to an hour or something similar for other people. Yeah, so one thing I wasn't really... And this really drove it home with the guy that mentioned earlier about it going against what the channel's all about. We've managed to avoid all these horrible pop-ups and things before. Let's not ruin it with the channel points. However, there are still people that are really into them. A lot of people get worked up about the gambling on the weekly one-shot, and it is used for the dictator streams. So this isn't me going, okay, kill them all, bad idea. It's just a way to frame myself going, whatever is done in here should not detract from the channel itself, just as, say, cheers don't or subscriptions don't. So everything else that I read here, I kept that frame in mind. Roodles says, don't think of it. Oh, I didn't think of it at the time of the survey, but what if a channel point goal was a prerequisite for modship? No, not interested in that. Oh, you'd have to complete all the other factors, but no, I like the idea. Here's the quote I often use, and I appreciate that it's not going to be to some people's tastes, but it was one to one of our mods' tastes, and that's that if Adolf Hitler burst through the wall right now and said, I want to do a mods game, and he completed it, he would get the mods sword. That is the fundamental behind it. It is a meritocracy, and that's how I'm happy with it being. Alpha Gamer was so inspired by that, he went and did the hardest challenge anyone's done. Well, no, somebody did I Want to Be the Boshi, didn't they? Yeah, Nick, that was good. Was that harder than Factorio? Probably. Took a lot more training, that's for sure. Still, we're getting sidetracked on the mod thing here. Right, so I read through the rest of these suggestions with that in mind. There were a lot of funny joke ones, like the aforementioned Notice Me Senpai. And I'm going to reread all of these, because I need to read and pick out more, and maybe even check them with the community if it's something other people are interested in. But there was one in particular that jumped out at me. Not saying it's going to happen, I just said it really piqued my curiosity. Can we find it? Here we go. Was that the one? No, I think it was for an American, so they probably spelt it differently. Could have been either of them. In any case, there was an American viewer who I have a lot of love for, who suggested that we add an option to have a points reward that chose a whiskey that I would then go on to drink and review. This doesn't get in the way of the stream at all. It's something that's done completely separately. It's probably a great reward for anyone who wants one of those. The only downside is that could get a little unfeasible for me. It will bankrupt me if they say, for example, go and do a review of a 60-year-old Macallan, because you don't get a 60-year-old Macallan unless you mortgage your house over it. And if somebody wanted a review of Down the Old Fruit Mines, then I would have to kill somebody to get their bottle, because not many are left in existence, and they aren't for sale. Or are they? Ooh, I should look into that. In any case, that's an example thing that made me go, ooh, that's a little bit interesting. But for the rest of these, I will filter through them and cross it with other people if it seems like something that might be good for it. Because I do like the channel points. I know that I like the idea that it should be grounded, that it shouldn't overpower anything on the channel. But especially since they're folded into the gambling, and I really like gambling, I am keen to find more uses for them that aren't just the dictator. So I will continue to look through these, but I don't think this is the time and place to go, oh hey, what do you think about this idea, or this idea? You could set up some rules for... Yeah, I could. I will... It's something that will be considered. Jake becomes a VTuber again. Don't think anybody ever forgot about that truck simulator stream featuring face rig. I remember reading you. And this is kind of what I meant by there are plenty of joke answers here, or even if they're not jokes, they're not something that's going to be happening here. Another thing is like the voice things. No, that's exactly this is exactly the kind of thing that it's dangerous to get excited about. Like, yes, I can put in a voice changer, and if you do this many points, I will speak in a weird voice changer voice. No, absolutely not. That wonderful Aussie grounded the reality that is. That's not what this place is about. So thank you for that. Okay, let's move on before this one gets... That sounds like very like Lucky 1X. Yeah, but Lucky runs a different kind of show than I do. I'm not saying that it's bad to have these things. I'm saying it's not what this place is about, and it's not what I want to turn it into. I know Slippery Slope is a false fallacy, but the feeling behind it is still there. Yeah, I see it too. See it every day in the mirror. Now. Let's get away from here and get on to something else. Maybe something slightly more analytical, since all of this has been fairly non-analytical, I dare say. But again, I don't think anybody's under the impression that this is the kind of thing you're going to run to the head of state to explain. Okay, this is a question I've asked all the time, and it's... for once nicely visualized here and not 2,600 responses I have to go through. Would you like to see other grand strategy games, or would you rather like to see more of certain grand strategy games? I get a lot of feedback on why is there not an I don't care option here. You either have to say more or none or both. And to that I say I want to put people on the spot here. I don't want to hear about your apathy. You either want more of something or you don't want more of something. That's the answer I'm looking for. Even if you don't feel that way, choose the one that's closest to your heart. And that forcing of people to choose gives us a lot cleaner an idea than not. So, not that I'm going to jump on something and go, oh my god, Crusader Kings 3 is high in demand, we're going to have that. I actually didn't do Crusader Kings 3 until a wee bit after, when I burnt out on EU4. I think I even kind of like missed the bus on the game's release. But we got to it eventually. Here we go. Now, Imperator Rome, yeah, never really much love for Imperator Rome here. Stellaris, up and downs, but Stellaris has never been a big one for the channel, so go figure. Not a lot of people interested there. Hearts of Iron 4? I wonder if there was a Hearts of Iron 4 back then. Yeah, there definitely was. Comes and goes, just like my own feelings on Hearts of Iron 4, to be honest. Every so often, I'm filled with this idea of, oh, I'd really like to fire up Hearts of Iron 4. Yeah, the thought of setting up my supply lines and my factories, yum, 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 yum. But then I remember the AI, and then I remember peace conferences, and then I remember naval invasions, and then I just go, yeah, you know what? Let's not go back to Hearts of Iron 4. Maybe the game's been improved a lot since then. I haven't played it in years, but those fundamental feelings are hard to get over. Victoria 3 is kind of a bait here, right? I will jump on Victoria 3 when it comes out. Oh, and if you've somehow missed it, Vicky 3 was announced. When it is announced, when it does come out, I'll try to get my hands on it. It's a bit of a no-brainer there. Crusader Kings 3, come down a bit since here. I do want to play more Crusader Kings 3, but it has some fundamental problems. The game's too easy, and it's lacking in content. And when both of those things are addressed, I can see myself jumping into a handful of new campaigns in it. I'd probably do that anyway, but it is still encouraging to see this kind of thing. It's important to note that this doesn't drive what I'm going to do, but it does help with encouragement. If I was really geared up for an Imperator Rome campaign and I saw this, Probably still go through with it, but it might dampen my enthusiasm. Maybe that's the wrong way to put it, but it certainly wouldn't make me immediately say, okay, for the next 3 months it's nothing but Imperator Rome. Because if the people watching it are that uninspired by it, there's a good chance I will be as well. Right, the next one up here. Ah, yes, the Great Filter. Facecam does not get used on DDR Jake streams. Would you like it to be used? I think the joke when I first put this question in the first question, or the first survey, was that anybody who said absolutely they want to see more Facecam is just somebody that I immediately delete all the entries for and ignore. That's not actually how it's used, but I appreciate the joke. Okay, what's there to take away from this? Well, fortunately, the amount of people who do want Facecam on the channel is going down and down. I don't know if that's because people's opinions are changing, or the people that came in here and have just been desperate for some Facecam action have eventually just died off. Either way, doesn't matter. Facecam is not important. In fact, it's a fairly ironclad decision that Facecam will never be a mainstay of the channel. I have done, on my own personal channel, maybe 2 streams with Facecam. I did the Minecraft one, and I did that steering wheel one, which was pretty hard to stream without showing my face. Were there any more? Let's not talk about the VTuber trucking incident. Feke caused that one, I believe. Yeah, Paradox streams had me on them. I was really not happy about that. You know how good it felt to have streams but not have my face online? It's not like I have any strong feelings about my face. In fact, quite a looker there, Jake, aren't you? Just fix those bloody teeth. No, I'm being flippant here, but it's nice to have this kind of thing online, but it also feels good to kind of protect who you are a bit. I've had people stop me on the street going, oh my god, is that DDR Jake? And I mean, that's flattering, but also immensely cringeworthy. Like, please no. And that was great until I joined Paradox, and then A-Spec took a selfie with me and posted it on Twitter. I thought he was just taking it because he would want it. I don't think he'd post it online. And then, okay, that was one bad enough thing, and then later on, all the streams done with Paradox. When I was the only one in charge of the streams at Paradox, there was no camera, but they brought in people to actually do them, and they're like, nope, you're going to be on. Ugh, what a mistake to make. I don't like it. I don't like the focus being on me as a streamer. I like the focus being on the game. I'm happy just to be this disembodied voice that talks about whatever's going on. You might reasonably think that you can't be a streamer without having a Facecam, since so many people do it, and of the streams you see that have like 0 to 5 viewers, there are a lot of them that just don't have it. So it's nice to buck the trend and show that you don't need that kind of stuff. I know some people are like, yeah, but seeing reactions is really good for it, and yeah, it is. I have very fond memories of seeing Maximilian Zero take part in the ActRaiser 2 marathon, which was one of the first real community games that we had going on here. And his face when he just flew through the boat and fell to his death when fighting the winged hussar, oh, fills me with joy. It's a great memory for me. He also had his face cam on for his Nancy Drew game, and when he had to explain how to do a facial, oh, the subtlety of the creases on his face. You know, as a man, right, he looks like Nosferatu, but that's not the point. Seeing the reaction is pretty good. But it's not for me. It's not for this channel. And even if this thing said 100% absolutely, it wouldn't change that. It's just good to keep track of this number, because if it was growing instead of shrinking, I'd have some choice words for people. I think the very first community things was EU4 Prevent the Reformation MP, right, Jake? I do think that came before the ActRaiser 2 marathon, but the ActRaiser 2 marathon was special in that it was really organic. That came out of nowhere. In fact, we have Bane Williams to thank for that one. I hope to see more people attempt ActRaiser 2 even long after it. Right, I'm getting wistful and not talking about the survey, and that's the reason this thing's gone on for 3.5 hours. The previous ones went on for 50 minutes, for criven's sake. Okay, this one came up before in likes and dislikes, but here it is as its own dedicated question. And it's weird because it changes out between these, and I think there are good reasons for that. Well, there are reasons, maybe not good ones. How long do you like the the YouTube videos and the Twitch highlights to be? And later on I just say the Twitch YouTube video, because nobody watches highlights. Nobody does. If I do a stream, and I do a highlight of the stream, because the highlight is what I export to YouTube, like 1% of people watch the highlights, and I think they do that by accident. How long do you like them? Now, back in the day, it was half an hour. Almost, well, the majority here even, and it's hard to get a majority in these kinds of questions. The majority said half an hour length, and I think that's because that's what was currently used. People have a habit of just going with the status quo, and at the time, almost everything I did was chopped into half hours, except for the 2 hours of hell. Around here, things were a bit more varied, but still currently used as a half-hour thing because all the strategy stuff was done that way. Nowadays, it's far less clear. I'll zoom and enhance here. The entire stream, no cutting, is actually the most popular one here. And go figure, that's kind of what I've started to do a lot more of. It was nice having these massive 80 to 150 long playlists of things, but after a while it's kind of like, things get lost when there's such long playlists. I wanted to try going back to longer streams. And some people don't like them, and some people prefer them. It's a really hard one to settle on. And then there's some people wanting them an hour or longer. The half an hour thing, again, half an hour is shrinking down from 67% down to 17%. Oof, rough. And then the miscellaneous ones don't get a lot of traction here. I actually added indifference here, so plenty of people indifferent, but many people with an opinion. The lack of EU4 made that change happen, says Andaris, quite possibly. Even so, though, was EU4 chopped into half an hour segments really the best way? You can have whole segments of nothing, and maybe it's easier to get lost between them. I don't know, and it's a hard one for me to know, because I don't consume my own grand strategy content very much. And I don't have a problem with keeping track on everything. I think YouTube has evolved nicely over the years to help you keep track of where you are. And yet, still people post up their bookmarks in the channel comments. Not channel comments, the video comments. This is a tough one for me, but given that there's no absolute massive thing just saying, Jake, I want them in this length, I'll probably just keep doing what I do, which is upload the whole streams where viable, and then cut down to about an hour where it's not. The long play ones, quite a lot of those I cut down to 1 hour. I haven't been cutting up the Japanese ones. I don't really remember why. There's the thing. I don't put a lot of thought into it, and since there's no overall majority here, I'm not going to. If it turned out to be like this again, where I got a lot of people saying, not half hour, pretty please, then I'd probably go and do that. But it isn't, so I won't. I think it's something that is easy to worry over too much. So I won't. Worrying isn't something I like to do. 20 to 30 minute ones could be good for playlists. 2 videos per conversation. Oh, that's right. One thing I think is that there's a meta on YouTube to make 8 or 10 or 12 minute long videos, but I don't want to play that game. I'm not sure I've ever made an 8-minute long video. Let's keep it that way. The short ones have been like the Serbian Ottoman poem. Alright, what do we have next? We've got, oh, right. This is a lot like the long play list question. It's me fishing for answers here. I'm always looking for more games where people from chat and community members can be placed in games such as Xenonauts, RimWorld, and State of Decay. Do you know any games where this can be done? People saying no. I don't think many people were cheeky enough to say yes. I've got a list of games here. I'm going to filter through them, and that is to say that I haven't properly filtered through them just yet. Because the list is long, and not only do I read the games, I actually have to check how they are on Steam. Should have asked for links now that I think about it. Still though, let's go to said response and see if there are things that jump out to people here. I need to make the list again, but it's easily done. Remember the days before Google Docs and Google Sheets and all that? Grim days. Sort A to Z, because that gets rid of all the wee ones, bring you out, darken you down. Battletech. Actually, Battletech is on my weekly one-shot to playlist. DDR Jake Pokemon Randomizer Nuzlocke. I was so interested in streaming Pokemon until I streamed Pokemon and went, wow, this is rubbish. Oh man. Dwarf Fortress came up a lot. Unfortunately, RimWorld is just the better Dwarf Fortress in my opinion. Darkest Dungeon, a lot coming up. I don't even remember being able to rename people in Darkest Dungeon. But, well, not this many people would be saying it if that wasn't true. The unfortunate thing is I don't actually like Darkest Dungeon. I've played it before, it just wasn't for me. Decay is very for me. Unfortunately, I don't think it's a great game for streaming. I just played it in my own time. If you decided to cut the stream in a lot of videos and flood my subscription box, no matter how much I like your content, I would unsubscribe. That did come up before, like some people saying I don't like getting flooded with what you have there, so the longer videos do have that advantage, and that very much is a lesser of two evils there. Going Medieval comes up quite a bit. I thought I was still in early access. Here we go. Still in early access, but worth keeping an eye on. I had no idea Phoenix Point was a relevant game here. Still, lots of games here. Lots of people saying nope, I should just cut those out. Thanks for answering, but a blank would have worked there. Oxygen not included, we're not going back to that one. Quite a few Pokemons. Prison Architect, I feel like thematically doesn't appeal to me. I'd rather play something like Project Hospital. Good old RimWorld, you will come back. And really, Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 Twitch plugging? That was broken a while back. I don't think it works right now. Sims. I'm actually sorely tempted to do a Sims run, but it wouldn't be a long ongoing one. Also, the game has dreadful performance in the late game. Tragic, really. Right, getting distracted with this list. There's a list of games I will comb through, but I am always on the hunt for these. So if you have ideas on games that can work like Xenonauts and RimWorld and State of Decay, I want to hear about them. This was just an opportunity for me to address a lot of people that question and bring it in. So, sorry for tricking you, but this isn't, honestly, something to dissect in a survey. Alright, what is up next, though? Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 was a lot of fun. Unfortunately, it's a lot of fun that's been and gone. It's a game that's really easy to feel like you play too much of. It was good to have a big multiplayer of it, but, ah, man. Baron and your freaking rides! I'm actually unsure if he was doing that on purpose or not. Like, how many times do you have to say, Baron, this is a bad idea, don't do this, before he actually stops doing it? I do not know. Okay, oh my god, I've got a lot to say about this one, so I better take my pre-drink. Okay. Yeah, Callum is Roller Coaster King. Got me into the whole damn game, he did. Right. I wanted to talk about this one for a long time, but there hasn't really been the proper forum to get invested in it as a question. So, there have been offers to have professional sponsored content on the stream from companies, such as receiving money to stream a certain game or promote certain products. These have all been rejected so far because Jake is uncomfortable with it. But do you have any thoughts on the matter? Well, given that like 90% of people responded, it sounds like people do have thoughts in the matter. The way we can see it here isn't very good, so I'm going to jump over to the list of it, although I'm not going to read through all of them here. Where are you? Here we go. Sponsorship. Drag you out, and perhaps most importantly, get you on stream. Okay, before we get into these answers, and there's a lot of it. Not only are there a lot of answers, they're long. I actually pasted this in. It was 140 pages with a word count of like 50-something thousand. There's a lot to read. I haven't even actually read it all yet. I tried, but there was not enough time between closing this and getting this done to do it. But I will read it. I will read every last one of them. Okay, so let's dial this right the way back and go with the absolute basics, because this fills me with some complex emotions that are hard to articulate, but I'm going to try. So, I love games. I love gaming. In fact, my feelings towards it pretty much transcend love or hate. Video games are an integral part of my life. I was playing games long before that I could read or write, courtesy of being born into a family of gamers. Elder brother, middle brother, both my parents, they all had their own kind of games that they enjoyed the most, and I was the culmination of the family, getting all of their favourite game genres rolled into one. Anyway, streaming gives me this medium where I can share something that I hold so dearly, and it feels great. It really feels great to share something that you enjoy with people who are similarly into it. Have you ever had a niche hobby and you don't really have people around you who care about it, but then you do find somebody who's into it, and the joy of talking to them about it, sharing your experience with it, or even doing it with them is just otherworldly. That's the kind of energy I get from streaming. So even when I'm playing the most god-awful shovelware or my most disliked genre of game, or even when I'm having the boot of precision platformers lodged right up my ass, it's still great. So, got this wonderful thing, but then money comes along, right? It was back in 2000... I'm not sure if it was 2014 or 2015. Probably late 14. The year is irrelevant, but the question of Twitch subscriptions came up in the channel. I certainly qualified for partnership, but I was really reluctant on it. I don't know if people around here remember being around then when it was being talked about, but I was really hesitant on it. Well, not just hesitant, I was kind of headstrong about not doing it. I was uncomfortable with the idea of involving money to the streaming in any way, and a Roomba, and Shenrir, and even Lucky himself spent quite a bit of effort telling me it's no big deal, you should just bloody do it. And as I recall, the argument that really won me over was that if I really don't like it, you just turn it off and that's it. It still does feel weird to me that people have a desire to contribute towards the channel that way and subscribe and such. But, you know, I can definitely say I was wrong. It was a very positive step. Yeah, let's go with positive step. I would never have been able to even consider going full-time streamer if it wasn't for the support that comes in this way. I mean, Paradox did not pay so well that I could retire early. Whew. And in the end, right, supporters of the channel get to feel good about it, with an audible question mark there, and the channel's principles don't feel eroded by it. That was something I worried about, like, would this channel just go full sellout if I went that way? I think we're in a happy compromise where we are right now, but then the sponsorships come along. NDA destroyed. No, it's taboo to talk about salary. It is not NDA breaking to talk about salary. Paradox does not pay well. For most people. Right, so the sponsorships come along at this point. Now, over the past couple of years, there's been a rising number of times when I've been approached to do sponsored content on the channel. And let me say, I've not taken any of these whatsoever. When I'm talking about these sponsorships, I'm specifically talking about offers where where I get given money or goods to compensate me playing a certain game, promoting a certain brand, or promoting a certain item on stream. And off the top of my head, I've had offers for this that include monitors, gaming chairs, digital services, and video games, of course. And the video games that there have been all sorts. A lot of them have been horribly cheap Skinner box looking mobile games, freemium PC games, indie games, and new releases. And I just say it feels great talking about this kind of stuff because it's like, want to talk about it. Let me be frank here, right? Some of these offers have been damn good. So damn good. Like, what was it? Here's a flashy new monitor, and all you have to do is mention it a few times during your stream. Or hundreds of dollars for a 30-second pre-stream and post-stream production of some game. I forget which game exactly they were asking me that for. I don't think I cared about it that much. Raid Shadow Legends. They offered a bit more than a couple hundred. There was over $1,000 for with bonuses for click-through for a 2-hour stream of a certain tank-based game, right? Madness, right? It's like free money. I stream crap games all the time. If I had $1,000 for every time I streamed a game I didn't care about, I'd have $140,000. I don't have $140,000, right? These offers are good. They're really good. But they really, really challenge the foundation of the streams that I do, right? If I take up one of these offers, any of these offers, right, I'm no longer me enjoying my streaming experience. I'm someone who's being paid to give a message or an impression to others. I'm foaming at the mouth here. I need more of a drink here. Right. Fundamentally, my stream is not motivated by me having a good time anymore if I do these, but instead I'm making money from someone else who wants me to put in a word about whatever crap they're selling. I'd be a name and a face of promotion, and that isn't something you can just turn off. So this has been looming over me for quite some time, and I thought this was a great forum to talk it out and also get a lot of feedback on the matter. And of course, a lot of people had a lot to say about it. Again, nobody had to give an answer on this, but about 90% of people did. And are you allowed to lambaste these games? I certainly am, but it doesn't seem right to do that. I'm not taking their offer. That doesn't mean I'm insulted by the idea that they're giving me an offer. In fact, I'm kind of flattered by it. But Raid Shadow Legends was one of them. And I will roast that one because I've seen it pop up on quite a few videos that I do enjoy watching, and it makes me shake my head. Neither here nor there, though, right? M. I haven't been able to make a dent in reading these. I mean, look at these. There's a lot of them. They're so long. I tried. I could not get like 20% through this before I was like, okay, I need to dedicate some serious time to reading everything that I have here. But I was able to pick out some points here, ones that I'm going to talk a bit about here. By and large, these responses were long, but we had a lot of people that were quite negative to it. Where's one that I really like? I think it was an early one here. Here we go. Abhor, detest, resist. A beloved Hungarian put it that way. There were also a lot of I don't care requests. Can we find a chunk of I don't care? There we go. I don't mind, I don't mind, I don't care, I don't care. I do not... Well, there's also I do not care for it. I don't mind. But here's the thing. You see a lot of people would just put like no or yes or I don't care in other segments. Here, like everyone had something to say about it. That's good. It's great. There's people actually having something to say. It does mean I have a lot to chew through. So, although there's abhor, detest, resist, and I don't care, but there's also a healthy amount of people for whom the general sentiment was just take the bloody money. Yeah, I can see that side as well. The responses that told me to keep resisting the offers, now they feel good for me to read because it falls alongside my current position. But I have to keep in mind I also have a terrible habit of being too headstrong in my opinions, and this could be one of those times. Of course, on the other hand, there are responses telling me that it's foolish not to just take the good money, and they speak to me as well because it's damn good money for little and in some cases no effort. But then it makes me sad to think that this practice is so widespread and accepted that I would have a lot of people that come to this channel, regularly invested in this channel so much that they would answer my asinine survey here and yet feel that, this is the norm, you should just go along with it. So you can see this gives me some complex emotions. So I would love to have a lovely high ground where I would only ever take a sponsorship offer if it's something that I wanted to cover already. And I dreamed up this scenario in my head where, let's imagine for the sake of argument that it's 2019 and 11-Bit offered me a sponsorship deal to promote Frostpunk on my channel. I already know I love the game, I'm going to cover it anyway, why not cover this while I'm at it? Seems like money for nothing, right? But I can't quite see it that way. I would definitely feel that I would have pressure not to be so critical of anything I stream under sponsorship, even if it's something like that. Even if there's nothing in the writing about, you don't have to say this, that, or next. And there are plenty of people here that, of course, I'm never going to find an exact quote for it, but people saying like, as long as you're still you, as long as you're not pressured in what to say, but that pressure is implicit. I don't think anybody can claim that you're not going to have any pressure not to be critical of what you're doing there. Let's take Frostpunk's latest DLC, On the Edge. It was lackluster. It really fell completely flat on its delivery of a satisfying ending. Remember when I was playing it and I was like, this is okay, and then it ending and I was like, oh, okay then. It was full of tell, don't show, right? It was a real low point in the whole game. But imagine if I was with a sponsorship deal with Frostpunk. Am I going to say, Wow, this latest one really blows. Well, kiss goodbye any future sponsorship from that one. And now, evidently, sponsorship is something that I care about enough to take. So no, even in this hypothetical high point or high horse situation, it's not that simple. It's really not that simple. It's very complicated. I feel like I'm damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't. Because if I take it, I am always going to feel like a sellout in my eyes. Even if every single one of these 2,307 responses all said, like, we believe in you, Jake, take the money, we believe it won't corrupt who you are and whatnot, I would still feel that way about myself. And that feels like a great rock solid way to have it and feel good about it. But then what a fool I am. There's all this money on the table. And if there's one thing that goes against a Scots nature, it's to leave money on the table. So, that's the big expulge of my feelings here. And I don't think this is the last time the issue is going to come up, because I was really tempted, like there's like a hair's breadth of difference in taking and not taking one of the deals, and it was that certain tank game, because I was like, I can make a lot of money to play a game that honestly looks better than half of the punishment games I've been having lately. And I talked to quite a few of the members of the community about this with varying responses from them. And in the end, I didn't do it. But that's not to say there won't be another offer that comes along that isn't going to push me even closer to wanting to take it. It's complicated. I haven't figured out a solution to it, but I'm going to read every single one of these 2,300 responses and help come to my own decision on it, because I need to come up with something here. And even if I come up with something, that's not to say it won't be malleable in the future. Hey, Jagger, I didn't say what it was. I really didn't say what it was. Yeah, okay, Schnauz, good point, good reason to bring this back up. 40% of people answered on this. In fact, let's come back to it, because this is prudent point, is it not? Let's go right the way back up. Here we go. This is 40.9% of people saying they tune in to judge if a game is worth buying or not. How can I feel comfortable promoting stuff if it's not really my voice there? And even if I was, in quotes, being authentic about it, who's to say? Who's really to say? Even if I say something sucks, maybe I'm saying it lighter than I otherwise would because it turbo sucks, and I've got a bunch of money in my pocket for doing it. It's so complicated, and I don't think I have a solution here right now. Some people must have thought, oh, he was definitely going for he'll never do it, but the offers are so damn good. What if somebody offers me like $20,000 tomorrow to play 2 hours of some new AAA game because they are convinced that they want to tap into the Germanic audience and they think I'm the vehicle with which to do that? 20,000, oh man. I know I'm picking up high numbers here, but the sponsorship deals that exist for some streamers are insane. And there's nothing saying that I wouldn't end up on the receiving end of one of those someday, so... I don't have any satisfying conclusion to this, but this is satisfying for me, because I've wanted to get this off my chest, and this has been a fantastic moment to do it. Jake, people are not listening to your own opinion about it, rather to see the game and make the decision based on what they see. I can't buy that in its entirety, Morcus. And Blown Away says, I hate to admit it, but I bought Xenonauts and Battle Brothers and many more because of Jake. Yeah, I've got a cross to bear here. I don't think it's that complicated, says Pepperan. You have a history of staying true to yourself, and I think the same would happen if you took the sponsorship money. We know your taste is terrible, Jake. The gameplay speaks for itself. Freaking hell. Yeah, I can't console myself entirely on opinions there, but it's something I'm going to continue to think about. But this is a great opportunity for me to air the thoughts, and I have a lot of candid responses that I will be reading through. Okay, that was a big one I wanted off my chest. Let's move on rapidly then. Actually, before I do, is this... I don't watch many other streamers. Is this something that they talk about much? If you have a streamer that you watch and they do sponsored content, how do they talk about it? Do they just say, here's something that I was sponsored by da-da-da, and then go through with it? Do they talk about their feelings on it? What goes on with that? Because the only two examples I can think to my head are Oh yeah, Odd Tinkering. Odd Tinkering is a channel that takes apart and restores various different things like lamps and electronics and mechanics. Very cool. And then they did like a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship thing. I was like, what the hell? And another one is Tasting History with Max Miller. He almost always has a sponsorship going on. I don't know why. Like, he has such a big channel that there's no way he could possibly need that money, but do it he does. And I'm always feeling like he always says that things he's promoting are so nice and so lovely that I can't take it seriously. Maybe he's just taking things that he himself already knew were good, but it leaves me with a great sense of distrust. And that leaves me to feel that other people would feel that way on my one. Even if you're not saying it here right now, this is what I feel. See, not easy. You could just make partnership with platforms instead of specific games. I haven't looked into that one bit at all. They play it and leave their rating. Everyone has to rate itself. Bigger streamer I watch goes, so Company X is sponsoring me to do Product Y, let's get this over with. Right, he plays the cynicism, but they're probably aware of that. Quill just plasters a massive banner at the start of every sponsor stream, just acknowledges there is likely bias for it. This all makes me immensely uncomfortable, but so does leaving all that money around. I'd never trust your word on the sponsored content, says Luke Korn. Stinging. Yeah, Fishbone, I'm trying not to explicitly say that. Gamer Zach has done the odd sponsor stream. He's basically just mentioned he's a sponsor stream, plays the game apparently normally with his usual level of criticism. Okay, let's not get hung up on this one too much. I've said my piece and I have a lot to chew through, so let's carry on with this. What are we carrying on into? In fairness, seeing you uncomfortable is a draw for at least 50% of the viewers. It's a different kind of discomfort. A very different kind. Very different from Tingle's Rosy Rupee land. Right, monetization stuff. Ugh, another uncomfortable one, but far less uncomfortable than sponsorship deal in my eyes. All support is appreciated and entirely optional as Jake streams for enjoyment rather than reward. This one is a tough one to put down, isn't it? I maintain that I always stream for enjoyment. Even though this stuff is what I do full-time, I would continue to stream even if it made no money. Just means I'd have to go back to getting a job. I love it. It gives me a lot of energy. Sometimes it feels like that's a hard thing to justify when indeed it is done for money, but that's what I'm sticking to. Anyway, this is a quick check to see how much the people that take the surveys are going to correlate with the people that support the channel. Of course, anyone could put in no. In fact, anyone could say whatever they want here. I don't have a way of verifying that particularly well. But the numbers here do seem to line up pretty well with what I know already. I had to segregate this one, though, because I used to say channel sub before, and I don't have 1,200 channel subs. I've never had 1,200 channel subs. I think this was people thinking that it meant YouTube subscription, which is a very different thing. So with this, at least it was a bit more explicit. And I wanted to measure up against Prime subs and regular subs. And it's kind of strange to me, but yeah, Prime subs do take the biscuit here. It's weird to me that so many people have Amazon Prime. I only ever have it when they give away the free stuff. I make like 2 orders on Amazon and that's it. But I guess Amazon's really built up a big ecosystem around things that you get for that. There's like Prime Movies, Prime Music. They've got a big branding around Prime, so I see its uses, just not for me. But hey, Prime subs, great. I've given mine away to Lucky whenever I can. It's because you don't watch TV, Jake. Amen to that. I wonder what the other thing is. Like, are they giving me emotional support? 160 of them, apparently. Maybe it's people that have done one-off things, although I haven't kept particular track of that. M&M. And a bit more M&M. There's an awkward thing here about this, because supporting the channel honestly gives minimal benefits If you support the channel, you get a little badge next to your name. You get emotes that you can't really spam around here, although maybe you could use them on other channels for whatever reason. But it's important to me that I don't turn it into what you have on other channels where subscripts and bits cause horrible stream overlaying moments and sound effects. So in the absence of many other benefits, I'm going to take this moment to say a heartfelt thank you to everyone who does offer up their support here, because without that, there's no way in heavens I would have gone on this full time. I'd still be relegated to my tired evenings after the Paradox mines. Okay, that paints a worse picture of Paradox than I'm meaning to get at, but work can be very tiring. Here's the more meaty question to it though. Why? Even though I've asked this question in previous years, I still don't feel particularly satisfied with the answer, because I still don't really understand what is it that motivates people to do that. As I said before, the benefits are minimal for it, and almost every response here was simply to support the streamer. That's lovely, and that's wholesome, and it's in line with what it said in previous years. I also want to point out that Thonar decided to do a points dump right now. Could you have picked a better time for it? Probably not. Maybe during a vote. Recht. Right, something I was really interested in finding out here that would set it aside from the previous years is if watching the VODs on Twitch was a motivation for people to subscribe. Do I have the proper lists here? Because this list is too hard to digest. I don't think I do, but I will make one. Question is, where's that on my lists here? Let's bring up the sheet itself here. Right after those offer things here. Here we go. If you do, what motivates you to do so? Let's get rid of everything else here. Bye bye Gemcraft. Wait, why was Gemcraft a game that could have chat members in it, I wonder? Maybe just somebody really wanted Gemcraft. Maybe that was Tyrion's entry. Think about it like this, says Darius. I could buy a burger for $5, you lucky bugger. Or I could make someone else's dream come true, and that's an easy choice in my eyes. Ooh, wow, that's deep, man. Sub because poor financial choices are on brand, says Baron. Okay, but I'm not looking for chat answers here, as fun as they are to read, but rather what we have here on the list. And there's a massive list of to support the streamer. There's not a lot that deviates from that, so it's a hard thing to pick out any in particular, and it could really skew it if I focus on in particulars too much. But as I was saying, something that I was interested in finding out is if watching the VODs was motivation for people to subscribe. And context for that is I always kept my VODs on Twitch as something that anybody could tune in and watch. But over the past year, maybe year and a half now, the DMCA has been putting a lot of pressure on Twitch, and I put my VODs behind a subscription barrier to hopefully protect them against claims. I've heard some people say, does that really work? I watched a video by the Twitch people where they said that could work, so I'll go with that. Not that I make a habit of playing copyrighted music on my streams anymore, but sometimes video games do contain licensed music, and they're not entirely upfront with it. I got a claim on Railway Empire just the other day. I've contacted Gaming Minds and Calypso to check with that. It's going to be a bummer if that is the case, because that's part of the Germanic music that was being claimed. But again, how could I have known that? How could I have possibly known that would have been a problem? It's also possible that it's fraudulent or mistaken. I get tons of those on YouTube. Basically, as a streamer, the single biggest pain in the butt is DMCA, copyright strikes, copyright infringements, all that kind of nonsense. So for the time being, I'm staying on the safe side with that. I don't like it though. I really do not like having them paywalled, and if and when Twitch come up with a solution that is like YouTube in managing to get rid of the need for that, then I will take that wall down, and I look forward to that day. Twitch do seem to be working on that, so here's holding out hope. I also kick things off onto the YouTube playlists as quickly as possible, but sometimes that can take quite a while, especially with the processing. but hopefully that eases the pain for people. Still though, I was checking for VODs, that's right. I'm getting sidetracked in so many tangents. The VODs actually did not come up very often here. I can watch VODs, Railway Empire VODs, access to VODs when I can afford it, but not a lot of occurrences there. Watch VODs, VOD access. Out of all of this, not a lot of people bringing up VODs. Now, it's hard for me to take away that that's not important for people. It could be that a lot of people are subscribed and don't even notice that subscription gives access to VODs. I want to share a moment that I had, I think back in 2015, because I was still back in Scotland, early 2015, and I saw that there was an option to hide the VODs behind subscription, and I enabled it, and then immediately somebody in chat said, "What happened? I can't seem to see the VODs." And I remember the feeling of heartbreak when I read that. I was like, what have I done? Immediately demonetized that one and never touched it again until now. I feel a little less heartbreak right now because Twitch has a really strict 3-strike process where you're seen to be infringing 3 times, and that is grounds for channel termination, so you better believe I'm staying it safe. But as soon as there's an alternative to that, I will be bringing that down because I do not like it. So I don't really know what to take away with not many people citing that as a reason. There are many different ways to read into that, and I don't know which one would be the right one, so it would probably be a wrong idea to go down any of those paths. Those who are not subs can still go on YouTube. They can, but what if you want to follow along with Twitch chat and not have it in a tiny little screen? I'm kind of grasping at straws there. I think YouTube is definitely the superior way to view it there. Right. There were other responses, which, to paraphrase them, they said they wanted to support the channel, but they could not, so they whitelist my channel for adverts. Whoa. One particular American viewer put it this way. Let's see if we can just find it by searching for the word evil. Huh, it's not showing up. Why is it not showing up? That's funny. Okay, well I can't find it here, but I either invented this in my head, but I've definitely found a quote. Now, let's find it. I gotta find it on the bigger sheet. Wait, evil is going to find a lot of hits here, I'm certain of that. 45 mentions of evil. Here we go. Found you. Don't know why you're not popping up on the other list. I watch on YouTube, so I see ads. Anyone who uses an ad blocker on streams is evil. Oh, I got a lot to say about this one as well, my geriatric American friend. And it's not good stuff, but I'll say it anyway. I want to make it really clear here. I would far rather anybody watching my stuff installs an ad blocker. uBlock Origin is the best one on the market. It is free. It will block just about any advert on Twitch and on YouTube. Sometimes they get through, then they update it, and then they stop it for a while, but it is the best one around. I think ads are a horrible blight on the internet, and I'm far more interested in you having a pleasant viewing experience than feeling any obligation to show support through watching ads. If you really need to help justify that to yourself, then here's an agreement you can make with yourself. If you ever get rich someday, come back and share that wealth with old Jakey here. Because some of you are bound to get filthy rich someday, and at that point I will gladly take your money. But for now, just use an ad blocker. Okay. I think that makes it quite clear. Well, maybe not. It might feel disingenuous for me to say that, because people go, well, you have the ads there. YouTube's going to slap ads here, there, and everywhere, and they have been ramping that up mercilessly. I've noticed over the past half year to a year that they've started like jamming as many ads as possible, especially into the longer videos, and it's not pleasant. Just use an ad blocker. That's why I never watch things on my phone. Maybe you get ad blockers for phones. Yeah, use an ad blocker. All right, now I can move on away from that. No, I can't. I hate ads. I really hate them. I hate this whole idea of somebody just coming and shoving into your face that you should really get X, Y, or Z product. I think that really folds back into why I was really uncomfortable with the sponsorship question from earlier on. It's not right. You know, back in the juvenile days of the internet, adverts were this glowing thing that said, you are the 1 millionth person to access this site, click here for your free car. Everyone knew it was hokey. No, nobody ever bothered with that stuff. Now it just feels so insidious. Okay, now I will move on from it. I had to get some nostalgic talk about early internet days in there somewhere. What do we have coming up next? Time to pay Jake a pint each month then. Is it a Stockholmer pint? Because no one can afford that. Good to see Orlov there. Okay, here's one. I'm just talking about money and income some more. If you do not currently support the stream, is there anything that would motivate you to do so? Better rewards, more options to do so, not impoverished. As ever, people love to take up the not impoverished one. And whilst it's still funny, I think we can let go of the Brazil joke because it's been done to death by now. Hang on, I think I made a separate thing called the Cycle of Poverty. We can have one last laugh at it here. Not being a third worlder, not being a broke construction worker, not being a NEET, not being a poor autist with little to no income, sorry bro. Not being a mucking student would go a long way. Not being a plebeian, not being a student, not being a student. Not being a teacher, not being an impoverished BR, not being broke, destitute, crushed under boot of capitalism. Not being dirt poor, not being greedy, impoverished, lots of impoverished, debt, university. I'm only bringing this up because it's funny. Not that it's funny that people are impoverished, just that it comes up as often as it does, and especially that somebody says not being a NEET, when we also have people being in education and also being a teacher. That's not the right one to drag up. Here we go. How far up does it go? It goes up quite a bit. Let's just get rid of you there. Also a sad one. Yeah, it is sad to see teachers have such a rough time there. Okay, all funny, but what I'm really looking for is to kind of alleviate my own guilt that I don't really offer anything to people that support the channel. So was there anything I could take away from this? Unfortunately, not a lot of people brought up incentives that would make them want to, like things that they get back from the stream. I was picking through it, but I really couldn't find much in the way of it. There were people that were talking about different ways to support the stream. Some people like, I can't really do subscriptions or Patreon. It would be nice if you had a PayPal or a Bitcoin option. Well, I have both, and I link the Bitcoin thing in every single video I do in the description, where I guess it hides and nobody sees it, because nobody's thrown Bitcoin to me in years. But it is there, so if we do have Bitcoin millionaires out there, that is an option. As for PayPal link, I don't really do a direct PayPal link. I guess if people really want it, I can put one down, but not really looking for this kind of thing. Ultimately, in the end, though, right, the answers were various degrees of if I had money or inclination, I would, but I don't, and that is fine, right? I have never, and hopefully never will, had the motivation to do this for money, but if there's something that people wanting back from it in terms of rewards, that I'd be interested to hear about. Didn't you get like 20 bitcoins years ago? You're rich now. Oh, I wish. No, there was a viewer around here. Actually, I probably shouldn't talk about someone else's financial situation. Let's not get into that. But I was donated a Bitcoin back when they were worth $100. I was like, wow, that's the biggest donation I've ever had here. And yeah, it swole up, and then I cashed out. And I still feel that was a good time for it. I don't like holding on to stocks and shares, and Bitcoins are kind of like that. It's you're kind of like damned if you do, damned if you don't in that one. So even if you win out, and I certainly did win out there, it's stress in my life that I don't enjoy. I don't like talking about personal finances that much, so that's kind of that's as much as I'll say on that matter. Okay, time for is it my favorite question? Well, it's a question I like a lot regardless. The magic wand question. When I worked at a company, one of the many companies I've worked at, they had employee satisfaction surveys. Those are a lot of fun. They're not a lot of fun. But one of the questions that I really liked in it was, if you had a magic wand, what would you fix straight away? Or if you could change anything, what would it be? You know, you have magical powers, you can change anything, right? It's a good way to get silly answers, but I also think it's a really good way to break down inhibitions with this. I imagine a lot of people until this question have had things they wanted to ask or make note of or wish for, but they couldn't because, you know, it's stupid, right? He could never do this, or he would never do that because it's impossible. But this breaks that down, and at least for some people, give them an opportunity to suggest things that they wouldn't otherwise do so. And sure enough, maybe you will bring up something impossible. Can I get to the actual sheet itself here with the magic wand questions? Because there's some good examples. Right, the person who asked for knights and merchants to be on my streaming schedule, impossible, not going to happen. The game is awful. You're looking at it with massive, thick-rimmed, rosy nostalgia goggles. Game's bad, not coming back. But impossible things like that there might be, but there are also ones that might seem impossible, but actually not be all that bad. And yes, the music here is banished. I needed something to loop in the background, but not be invasive. So, setting aside our Slovakian viewer who put in this knights and merchants thing, I'm not being funny, they were Slovak. What else do we have around here? Well, a lot of them. Did everyone answer this? Maybe I made it, yeah, I think I made this one something that you have to answer. Well, too bad there. Many of the wishes revolve around having the schedule be more comfortable around their time zone. That's not going to change anytime soon, but I will move out of Sweden as soon as my situation allows. Who knows where I'll end up, so that might be a magic wish that that comes true. If any of these, like, I see these as magic wishes being done, just like Andaria said, the burger or the subscription make a wish come true. If any of these wishes wouldn't break down the channel in some way, I would feel quite good about making them come true, especially because all these people have spent so much of their time going through my asinine questionnaire. How long do you think, people who answer this questionnaire, how long did it take you in minutes? Maybe the nearest 5 minutes. 5 minutes? 15 minutes? Half an hour? What did it take? Did someone put, oh yeah, somebody put end the Dutch. 15, 10, 36. Okay, let's say about 10 to 15 minutes. 10 to 15, let me even bring up my calculator for this. Let's say 15 minutes times 2,600 responses divided by 60. 650 hours put into answering this bleeding questionnaire. Madness. The least I could do is actually go and make some literal wishes come true. Maybe that's not the least I could do, but I could do it. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked for the dozenth time during this one. What do we have going on? There were a lot of wishes for specific games coming in here. Oh no, I'm going to get dragged back into this tangent by H2RG. Several million hours have been used up by people watching your Patty 4 videos. You know what? You deserve the answer to this number. Let me go and get it. I'm going to go to my YouTube analytics. I'm going to check the lifetime of my channel. And I will tell you that there have been 11 million hours spent watching the content on my channel. 11 million. And a significant chunk of that is spent watching Patrician 4. In a sense, I've gained immortality, but in another, more reasonable sense, I've wasted a lot of people's time. Okay, half of that is me, says Green X and Slime. That's not possible. Maybe you have a lot of computers. Okay, enough with the tangents. Let's get back to it. Specific games. I'm going to look through in more detail all the people that put in specific games and see if we can't make a few of those wishes come true, because there's always wildcard slots, and if I can make a wildcard slot for Road Runner in Death Valley, which is a god-awful game for the Super Nintendo, I can use some to make wishes come true. Several wishes were actually for no, that's not how you spell Victoria. Give DDR Jake early access and freedom to play Victoria 3, Victoria 3, Victoria 3. Early access, please. Well, not that early. That's almost outside of my control. Almost. I'll see what I can do. 16 whole people requested more whiskey. And that's making that channel point reward for specific whiskey tastings look even more appetizing in my eyes. I really need to put some thought into that one, because I wouldn't want to spam that. I'm no drunkard, and I don't want to become one. But I'm actually really happy with the whiskey videos that I do. I know a lot of people just laugh at them, but they are actually my genuine feelings on the whiskeys. So I'm happy to make more of those. Just need to drink more whiskey. For every wish for more Dominions 5, there was an equal number of wishes for there to be no Dominions. And to quote an American viewer, no more Dominions, please God, make it stop. Let's find this particular American viewer, shall we? Well, oh man, I've got so many tabs here, it's hard to go between them. There we go. No more Dominions. Please, God, make it stop. Well, you're the kind of person who said you dislike most about the streams my hatred of San Francisco, and you like most the hatred of Brazilians. So, a Redditor. I've got complicated feelings about this American here. We did also cover that the people from California are the most represented state and people that watch my channel. There was a more serious thing put in. Somebody said, could you please stop going on about San Francisco? I know you had a bad experience there, but one bad experience does not really stand to coat the whole place. And maybe, but it was my experience there. And that is the best experience I can possibly draw on. Ugh. Okay, it's also backed up by a lot of people who feel the same way. Right, back to the old magical wands here. You know what? I think... Forget that no more Dominions thing. Actually, can we find it here? Why don't we just go to the no mores, right? Because there's a lot of no more going on here. No more Dominions, no more Dominions, no more Grand Strategy, no more Lewd Games, no more Nancy Drew, no more Rune Factory. I don't really think I can make any of the no more things come true, because that's... For the things that you hate, other people are going to love them. That seems like the very wrong reason to go for any of that. Lord Kitten said, should have just had ban all San Francisco... Oh, ban all Californians. Going the full way there. Did someone actually put in no more DDR? Yeah, no DDR. Do they mean me, the game, or former East Germany? Things are getting a bit silly here, so let's try and come back to actual things that came up. One thing that came up a few times was thumbnails. There was a comment in particular that caught my eye, where it was a Dutch male who wrote in saying, and I'm sure I can find it here because I've got the quote word for word. Here we go. More appealing thumbnails for videos on YouTube. I follow you, but your thumbnails fade into background among all the other thumbnails of channels I am subscribed to. And this gives me the big think. So when I view content on YouTube, I see thumbnails pop up, and they usually follow a certain format. It's a vague background, a face with an exaggerated expression, a big yellow bit of text, and usually some provocative words or a question, or even a meme, and that's everything I wouldn't want to have in a thumbnail. I can only assume you're not meaning that, but more you just want thumbnails that look better. It's hard to say, because this is a little unclear about it. Yeah, clickbait right there. I'm having anything but that, hopefully. Yeah, it's everything I wouldn't want to have on my own front covers or that. What I usually just take is I grab the cover of the game or promotional art for it, grab the logo, and call it a day there. That's not really enticing for new viewers, but I don't put up YouTube videos to get new viewers. I put them up for posterity. It means anyone who misses the stream is going to go and see them there. But then again, this could be my own weak justification, because I have a personal rule that I don't spend more than 5 minutes on a thumbnail, and clearly graphic design is not my passion. I'm not good at these kinds of things. So I could go back to a previous idea and get somebody, what's the word again, commissioned to make a new batch of them, like I did with Father Loris. As fun as that is, I don't know. Good for wee things like Into the Airlock, but I'm not so convinced that I should be doing that for all of them. Speaking of which, I did commission Father Loris. He's from Chapel Comics. He pops in here every now and then, and he made a batch of them. They were really good, really, really good. I would consider doing more of those in the future, but for me, the satisfaction of my playlists is just to see some nice cover art on them. And the only thing I'm particularly unhappy with right now is the Punishment Game list. They don't really have a good base image going for them. Right, I'm ranting on about something that's fairly small and insignificant, but it's kind of good about this magical wand question that it does bring up things that I otherwise wouldn't put much thought into. It sounds like a high risk of feeding starving Quebecois artists. I don't think I ever commissioned Lucky, although he did art for everybody in our wee group, and he made me artwork of the best girl in Rune Factory 3, Marion. It was really good. What else did he do? He did Killer 7 artwork for Lucas, where it's, what's-his-face, spinning the gun on the desk. He did Doom Guy for Tanda. I wish Lucky advertised his art more. It's really good, but he's such a wuss at self-promotion. He needs to do a better job at it. I think it's hard to go much more into the magical wand question without things getting too silly here. So let's move on to the next one. What else did we have here? I think we're finally approaching the end, because this has been going on for 4.5 hours. I was meant to be doing my dinner 2 hours ago. Right, what other YouTube channels and Twitch streamers do you watch? I put this one in out of curiosity from this. Have I got my data here? Here we go. This is info that Twitch gives me very nicely. What other channels do you viewers have in common? Lucky, JJ, Flory, Dr. Nitro, and Arumba. So I was curious to see if this linked up with it, but I was biting off more than I could chew with this question, because going into it, do I have the other streamers things available here? Wait, I swear I saw World of Warcraft, but yeah, never mind that. Maybe it was World of War Tanks. Let's come out of you. Here we go. There's a slight complication here that I should have thought through and asked this question. I don't really follow a lot of channels, so a lot of these things I've never heard of. Celery, Andy, Artisus, T90 Official, Magic, Mashy? I don't know any of these. The only thing I know about Cherno is that that's one of the Toho girls, the icy idiot fairy, but what's Cherno TV? I do not know. Very rare that I see anything that I know at all. Show us if anyone said JJ Ho Ho. Certainly somebody said JJ Ho Ho here. 8 of them. So I know Jagger wanted to bully JJ, but it's the counter bully here. Mostly people in the greater Jake sphere. JJ Pizza. I mean, that's what I follow. I like to tune into a lot of people in the community's own streams because I find them interesting, and it's also just it's more homely for me to jump into a stream of people that I know within the community. And that's what works for me. Other people like other streams, evidently. But these names. I was hoping I would get something workable to check and see if it lined up with this, but this is a complete failure on my part to ask a good question in the survey, because there's nothing I can really get that's workable out of this, except I suppose a bit of an ego boost for our good friend JJ Ho Ho, and Dark Young coming up here? Well, Dark Viper. Never heard of it. And there's good old Lucky. Can't really say much about this, unfortunately. Well, there's a Roomba, right? A Roomba should be an easy one to pop up here. In fact, how many notices are there of a Roomba? 133. Go figure, a Roomba was one of the biggest names that came up for why people found this channel in the first place. So it's nice to see that he's still got plenty of viewers coming around. What does he do these days? Does he still do Paradox Grand Strategy, or has he moved on to other things? I've never tuned into Arumba stuff before. His way of streaming's not really so much for me. But it was fun playing with him in the Polish Castle LAN event. What about Flory? Flory clocking in at 168 mentions, unless there are other kinds of Florys out there. He does EU4 mod mostly. Really? Huh. That comes back to me, like, what's his post-game plan when EU4 does eventually die? I guess it's is going to be part of keeping it alive, but surely there's got to be other games that he wants to branch out into, because his stuff is, his full-time job is streaming, right? Whatever. You should only look into somebody else's bowl to make sure that they have enough to eat. I'm not too interested in what they do beyond that. Never heard of Quill? I've met Quill. He's a really, really friendly guy. And I mean that in a good way, but also a bad way, in a lot of different ways. That's not giving an overall one way or the other. That's just my impression on the chap. Nice to meet him, though. Yeah, Canadian, for sure. He's that go-to person for family-friendly kind of person. Right, sadly, there was little for me to pick apart in this, because this is me outside of my comfort zone, well outside of it. So I'm going to have to go on to the next one, which is actually the last one. What do we have here? Oh, well, there's not a lot to say about it at all. It's just me saying, thanks for answering my obnoxiously large survey. Is that how I always said it? Some people said it's not that obnoxious, which is nice, but I still think it's kind of presumptuous to demand somebody to spend 15 to 30 minutes of their time filling out a questionnaire for you. It's not like I'm offering you some Amazon gift card in return, or even the chance to win one. Huh. No, that would be bad. That would give incentives and exploit to this. It's more better for me that people do this out of the goodness in your heart. But this gave people an opportunity to put down anything that wasn't really relevant for the previous questions. The vast majority of them were just various spins of, I hope you have a nice day too, or keep being you. And there were also people that reiterated points that they'd made previously, like one guy that was just saying, don't ever sell out, man. But there was one British fellow with a bad case of Caesar nostalgia. Can we actually get these ones up? Yeah, I did make a separate segregation for this one. Yeah, we've actually got it right here. I filled out employment satisfaction surveys. This was nothing. And this is where I like being able to cross-reference who has put these in. Not that I have their names or identities, but it's good to personify them a bit. What was that? Make Jake capable of pattern recognition. I think you wish for a bit too much here. But our British friend here suffers from Caesar nostalgia. I'm sure I will in a few months' time as well. But for now, it's good that Caesar takes a bit of a back seat for now. I'm glad this survey was nothing like those horrors, though, because I've done employment satisfaction surveys, and it's grim. Here's a 10-point scale. How do you feel about this? How do you feel about that? And then when we find that we've got certain data points, we're going to get the whole company down to give you a 30-minute slideshow about how we need to reverse this trend by adding different kinds of muffins in stock for the canteen here. It's just, ugh. No, I actually wanted this to be something that people could feel a bit enriched in filling out as well. Yeah. This is being filled out by human beings, and probably some children and highly intelligent animals, but I need human answers with human feelings here. Even though that might make some Germanics foam at the mouth over how this isn't full of clean-cut statistics. But they're interesting and actionable, and those are things I'm really looking forward to. So, that actually takes us to the end of this. It's been 4 hours 40, but, this is the advantage of doing this in a live stream as opposed to a pre-recorded, which I did last time, and I still don't know why I did that. Is there any in particular things that people wanted to check out that we have the power to go and check out right now? If so, well, if you're watching us in the future on YouTube, you can put it in the comments down below. But if you're here right now, like the glorious Twitch Elite, then let me know. We've still got time, but I'm definitely having a drink here. How many mentions of Dwarf Fortress, says True Leveler? A vague question gets a vague answer. I'm just going to go with how many mentions in total. And this isn't going to count misspellings, but Dwarf was mentioned 51 times, together with Dwarf Fortress 49 times. So maybe somebody misspelled Fortress, or we're talking about dwarves in general. No, let's just bring it up D. Can we see about 529 answers? What? What? Ban requests on the wand. I didn't notice any when I was going through it, although they might have been there. Did anybody bring up Racism Hour? Not a single mention of Racism Hour, and only 15 mentions of racism in all of the answers given. In fact, for this one that we see right here, it is, what do you like most about Jake's Twitch? Oh, God, I missed... How did that go away? Here we go. Racism was somebody's favorite thing here, and it was from a poll. A poll that's been around for a long time. From the Paradox forums, eh? The implications. Did anyone complain about being referred to as YouTube scrubs? We have one right here. And I think it's someone that watches on YouTube, because their most disliked thing was YouTube scrub. How often do we have YouTube scrub come up? There were 59 mentions of YouTube scrub across the whole thing. I can't really pinpoint if they're good or bad mentions. Some people really do feel kind of bad about that, like things start to feel a bit too racist or a bit too bigoted when we use things like YouTube scrub or Canadians or Dutch. I get that some people feel that way. I just hope that more people than not will understand that it's good-hearted banter. If anything, I feel the people that feel that it's not that are the kinds of people that are going to make it into not good-hearted banter. But that could be my take on it, because I'm pretty thick-skinned on that issue, and I know that not everybody is. I'd love to figure out who is the most hated mod. So there's no way I would do something like, who is your least favorite viewer, your least favorite mod? That's just... It's one thing to take the piss. It's another thing to be nasty, right? I'd never want this to be the kind of place where people feel good about being nasty to each other. And if you're not the kind of person that can differentiate between banter and being nasty, you're not the kind of person who should even try. As a Dutchie, I feel like racism towards us is long overdue, says Dizzy. There we go, that's the spirit. I insult you for being Scottish all the time, says Callum. Freaking Callum, Christ almighty. Dutch guy here, I think you're too soft on the swamp people. Did specific chat members focus on magic wands? Or feature on the magic wands? I did a search for you, Max. Nobody wanted to blot you out. Otherwise, I didn't search specifically for them. Any mentions of oligarchy? Oligarchy. One. I feel that the people, oligarchs, are very good at steering the long plays. And if a group isn't happy, well, watch more, gamble more, hoard more, get points until you succeed. Honestly, it's a great system. And they said this about the long plays that are featured on the channel. They also wanted more games in Japanese, and they were Welsh. Funny that. Is that the same Welshman? How many Welsh people did we have? 11 Welsh people? My God. Wait. One was not somebody being Welsh. This was somebody saying if they had a magic wand, they would make me Welsh. So it was only 10 Welshmen filling this in. Any Icelanders? Alright, we're drawing to a close if we're looking up funny stuff like this. But Icelanders, uno, doso, trezo, foro, go. 5. Wait, no, that was me repeating. 4 Iceland. They even get internet up there? Jenks. Any good jokes in any of the answers? We'd be here all day if we were looking for jokes in the answers. I'm sure people hid them in. Okay, I think there's time to draw a line under all this, and that time was about 2.5 hours ago, but we're doing it now. I really still like the name Census. There's just something a bit too mandatory about the name of it, but it is good. In any case, this was the 2021 channel survey. It's given me a lot to think about and a lot of action points that I want to get going on. But it's very important for me to share this kind of stuff with you who watch, because yeah, I'm sure it's great to tune in for streams, but there are definitely people that are going to be interested in the channel as a whole, and that includes like how it's run, the motivations behind what is done, the kind of numbers that you see here, who else is watching. It is interesting for you and for me well, it's also interesting, but it's a great way to ground the decisions I make and help steer the decisions that I do take. That's not to say that I'm a slave to what I read here. Some things it's important to disregard. And to go on yet another tangent, hopefully the last one of all of this, I remember talking to a certain developer of a certain wildly popular Java-based video game. Hopefully that's enough to get out of hot water. And they said, if we only ever listened to the community, all we would have are toilets and guns. And that's why it's important to listen to the community, but not entirely be guided by everything that they say. I wonder what that could be, says Pandy. What indeed. That's my takeaway from here. So, stuff here, pretty useful. I look forward to spending my days off chewing through more of this, especially that sponsorship question. I don't have an end result on that one, and it might be some time before I do. No matter which one I go for, not everyone's going to be happy, but I'll figure it out. Any case, until the streams resume next week on Wednesday with a whole lot of railway building and a whole lot of weebery, it's a cheers from me, a thanks to all 2,600 people and some loose change who filled in this survey for 650 hours, and a cheerio.